All right, everybody, I now call to order the regular meeting of the City Council and Housing Authority for Tuesday, March 18th, 2025. Now, to begin this meeting, the clerk is we have two remote council members who are participating, and she's got some procedures she has to go through. Madam Clerk, you have the floor.
Yes, Councilmember Bewley, do you have a statement for the record? Oh, please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm participating remotely due to a contagious illness that prevents me from attending in person, and there's no one present with me under the age of 18 years.
Get better, Mike.
Yeah, thanks. It's a bug going around.
Yeah, I know. I'm glad you're not here, but I'm glad you're here remotely. Yes, next.
Councilmember Reynolds, do you have a statement? She's just getting signed on right now.
Oh, okay.
Councilmember Reynolds, can you unmute yourself? If you'd like, we can circle back to Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, we'll put a pin in it, circle back. Okay, so now we're going to start our tradition of singing the national anthem together, and then we're going to say the Pledge of Allegiance together. So please stand, and there's going to be a track played. Direct your attention to the screens for the words. By the dawn's early as moves broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streamed, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States. Good singing, good singing. Okay, now's the time for our moment of solemn expression led by Pastor Matthew Hambrick from the Costa Mesa First United Methodist Church. Pastor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Let us pray. Our loving and gracious God, we thank you for this amazing city that we get to be a part of, whether we live here, work here, or just make our time spent here. We thank you for making this such a wonderful place to be. We thank you for our leaders who spend so much of their time and spend their whole lives devoted to the care of the people who live here. We thank you for all of the city workers, everyone who makes it possible for us to live so well and to flourish. We ask you to be in this meeting, that all things would be would point toward the good of all people in this community, that you would help us to make good decisions, that you would help us to treat one another with kindness and grace. We ask that you would remind us of our common humanity. All these things we ask in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Councilmember Pettis. Councilmember Gameros. Councilmember Marr.
Here.
Councilmember Bewley.
Here.
And he will be participating remotely. Councilmember Reynolds.
I'm here.
Thank you. And do you have a statement for the record?
Yes, I'm participating remotely. We have the agenda posted on the wall, and I am alone.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Chavez.
Here.
Mayor Stevens.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, wonderful. So we have one presentation today, and it's from our friends at Travel Costa Mesa, specifically Paulette Lombardi-Fries, who's the president of Travel Costa Mesa. She's going to give us a presentation on the economic impact of tourism, and I think you're going to find it very interesting. She did this for the Travel Costa Mesa board. I was really impressed and kind of surprised by the wide-reaching effect and impact on our community of tourism in terms of the economics. So, Paulette, without further ado, you have the floor.
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity today, and good evening to all of our council members and Lori-Ann, and a big thank you again to Mayor Stevens and Lori-Ann for being fabulous board members who are always encouraging and partnering with Travel Costa Mesa to really emulate and to encourage us to grow this tourism arm for the city of Costa Mesa. So we do have a presentation, and this is an abbreviated presentation. The full deck of this report was given to the city, so you can take a look at that. It will go into a little bit more detail, but what I'm going to do tonight is just talk about the impacts of tourism, specifically from 2023. And you might say, well, it's 2025. Why are you talking about 2023? Well, by the time we get all of this data together, it does take quite a bit of time. So we are going to get through just a few pages of some of the highlights related to our tourism industry here in the city of Costa Mesa. If we could go to our next slide. Travel Costa Mesa received this report in calendar Q4 of last year, specifically in October. And the last time we did a report like this was with the Orange County Visitors Association back in 2017. So it had been quite some time for us to commission a report with Tourism Economics, who is the company that we work with for all of our reporting. Everything we do has a metric of measurement attached to that. So after a few years after COVID had passed, it was certainly time for us to assess, where do we stand now? What have we done thus far? And how do we use this report to kind of move forward? We're going to review visitor spend, specifically, economic impact, jobs, and generated taxes from the travel and tourism industry. We can right now, thanks. Okay, so here is just a brief highlighted recap. Visitor spending in the year 2023, the tourism industry generated $883 million for the city of Costa Mesa, with a total economic impact of $1.1 billion. Over 8,400 jobs here, specifically in the city of Costa Mesa, and generated state and local taxes of over $50 million. Okay, thank you. Visitor volume. So this takes a look back at going through COVID to where we stood at the end of 2023. And we're seeing a nice % of increase related to visitor volume. What is a visitor? A visitor is defined as someone that comes to our city that is 50 miles away plus. So we're not looking at local people that are coming into the city to spend their money on retail or to take advantage of food and beverage. Sorry, Tony. We'll go back one if you could to that visitor volume. So in 2023, we had approximately 7.6 million people travel to the city of Costa Mesa, which is a 5.9% increase from the previous year. Visitor volume by market. So as we look at all these visitors, what do they represent in terms of a day visitor? So someone that came for the day and either took advantage of the fabulous food and beverage that the city has. Perhaps they went shopping versus an overnight guest. So we're going to look at that with overnight guest stays versus someone that just visited. And again, the numbers are great in terms of a percentage of increase year over year. For the year 2023, we were up 5.9% overall with our day and overnight travelers. And then we'll go to the next slide, Tony. Direct visitor spend year over year. So this kind of recaps and goes back over what we showed on that first slide related to what the spend looks like. And that is $883 million for 2023. And a quick note on this, why this really means so much to us too is because before COVID in 2019, this was less. This is a substantial improvement, 10% above what we had in 2019. Okay, our next slide. We're going to break down here direct visitor spending for us. So food and beverage is the #1 spot in terms of how visitors are spending their money in the city of Costa Mesa. We recognize that. We have been working very hard on what does that look like? What do we talk about with our social media and our marketing? What are we talking about with our display ads? We recognize this is definitely a hot spot and something for us to talk about. So we created the term Eatcation, which a lot of you already know about, a few years back. And we continue to market that concept because we know that's what people want to do when they're coming to visit. They want to take advantage of something new and something great within the city of Costa Mesa. That was $307 million of the total visitor spend in 2023. Just underneath that came in at retail, of course, fabulous places like the Lab and the Camp, shopping at South Coast Plaza, and all the great boutiques we have up and down 17th Street as well. And then lodging, of course, our room and tax there, specifically with all the hotels in the city of Costa Mesa. And then next we have recreation and transportation. So again, this is just our top 5 related to direct visitor spend. Okay, so when we look at this report, there's a couple of things that we're going to break out related to how far does this go beyond tourism? What are we touching? Is it just a hotel? No, it's certainly not just a hotel. Is it just food and beverage? No, we have more that we're going to talk about related to all the different companies, the supply chains, when we're talking about direct impacts. And that's defined as visitor spending that creates direct economic value within group sectors like retail and entertainment. And then we're going to look at indirect impacts. So each sector purchases goods and services, and basically broken down, it could be utilities, food wholesalers, and then lastly, our induced impacts. Employees who earn wages from visitor spending and then using their pay in our local economy. Direct visitor employment. So a lot of times we're not thinking of the total picture when we think of travel and tourism in the city. We employ direct visitor employment, 7,300 employees in the city of Costa Mesa related to employment. Again, this is kind of a milestone for us because back in 2019 it was just over 7,100. On this, we wanted to highlight business sales impacts. So as we mentioned before, with direct sales, we had $883 million in the year of 2023. But then we have indirect sales, and then added to that, induced sales for a total of $1 billion. And that's something to just really think about all the different segments and sectors that the travel and tourism industry affects. So, you know, when you're talking about a hotel, we're talking about all the services they use. Who are the local food vendors that they're using? Who is taking care of their linen at the hotel? So this is a total impact. To the right of that, we highlighted just by the industry alone, your top 5. So food and beverage, of course, is in there for total business sales of $316 million for the year of 2023, followed by retail trade, $285 million, lodging at $177, recreation and entertainment at over $85 million, and then finance, insurance, and real estate as well, coming in at 73.8. And again, this is just top 5. The full report has many other industries listed, but we just wanted to focus on our top right now. Okay, kind of going back to total jobs, we talked about direct jobs of 7,347, but total jobs with indirect and induced, when we add that to the mix, you're looking at 8,400. The chart on the right does give some cadence to how many are in the food and beverage sector, with almost 4,000, the lodging industry at over 1,300, retail trade of 1,200, recreation and entertainment at just under 1,000, business services at 244, and then finance, insurance, and real estate coming in at 207. Okay. Labor income. So taking a look at that with our summary labor income impact, direct income, we're at 266, with indirect income at 36. And when we add in induced income, there's another 38 for a total income of 340. And then over off to the right here, we have food and beverage with total labor income coming in at 126, lodging at 55 million, retail trade 49, recreation and entertainment 37.3, business services at over 20 million. Let's see, finance, insurance, and real estate is in there as well at 16, and education and healthcare at 10.5. And again, this is only top 7. You will have access to the full report all the way down to the very bottom, but we just wanted to highlight our top 7 here as it relates to labor income impacts. Okay. So when we look at tax implication, there's really some great news that comes specifically out of this. And what the travel and tourism industry gives to a resident within the city of Costa Mesa is basically less taxes, because the more a visitor spends in our city, the less a resident has to pay. So more money goes into our general fund to assist us with all the things that we need, such as safety and security within the city. If we need repaving of the roads or, renovation of anything. The transient occupancy tax that the city gets specifically from guests that stay in our hotels, 100% of that goes directly into the general fund. So that's important to note here. Each household in Costa Mesa, if the travel and tourism industry did not exist, would essentially be paying $1,200 more per year in taxes. This is just a breakdown chart over to the left here of total tax revenue, which is $114 million, broken down into federal taxes, state taxes, and then our local taxes. So we wanted to most certainly share that with all of you, because this is the total story of travel and tourism. It's not just about the lodging industry. It's not just about one segment of food and beverage. And, food and beverage continues to be a highlight most certainly for us in attracting people to the city of Costa Mesa. But most importantly, our job at Travel Costa Mesa is to get people to spend the night. Why would they want to spend the night here in Costa Mesa? We give them plenty of reasons why. Event-driven communication going out to them is going to get them here to spend the night. Of course, the Orange County Fair with over 1 million visitors is a big plus. We promote arts and culture within the city of Costa Mesa. In the summer, we hit big that we're beach close and we have a great value added by. You can't go to our neighbors and spend what you would at a hotel there in what you would spend here at one of our Costa Mesa hotels. But it's the total package. We at Travel Costa Mesa feel that we feel very passionate about what we do. We want to support small business. We want to do what we can to recognize them and market them on social media and all of the ads we do. So it is, travel and the tourism industry is of course near and dear to our heart, but it is through the assistance of those that sit on our board, such as Mayor Stevens and Lorianne, that helps us with what our vision is, but taking that vision and making sure that we're on target with the information we have and truly looking at the metric of measurement to ensure what we are doing is moving the needle. Okay, we just have the last slide and
Thank you.
that's it.
Thank you, and I already follow you, so that's good.
Yes, please follow us.
Definitely
Yeah.
follow Travel Costa Mesa. Okay, council, any questions for Ms. Lombardi-Freeze? Going down, any questions? No, we're good? How about, on remote?
Yeah, Councilmember Bewley here. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, you can hear you perfectly, thanks.
I'll go until the flu knocks me out, but so far I'm feeling strong. Got a lot of rest today just to get ready for tonight. Just curious, we're just coming through this budgetary thing, and it seemed like the main reason for the downturn or the shortfall is tax revenue. And I appreciate the presentation. It was very informative. Unfortunately, it cut off at 23. I was wondering if you can give us any insight as to where you see 24 trend lines going on the revenues being generated.
Yeah.
And if you could give us any insight on that, since we got you down here today on the hot seat.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So we ended the year we're on a fiscal year. So like the city, we do July 1st and assess at the end of June. However, our hotel partners assess annually and calendar year. So for calendar year 2024, about 0.3% up in terms of revenue as we assess what the lodging industry did. So not quite flat, but this was really a normalizing year for us. And what I mean by that is there was a lot of pent-up demand, obviously, during COVID. So we were able to capitalize on that and really attract people to come out and stay with us here in Costa Mesa. As we move into, and we're in calendar year 2025, we are hopeful that we'll be able to move the needle slightly higher than what we did in 2024, but we're gonna be optimistic and a little conservative with that, especially too because some of our hotel partners may be scheduling a renovation during our next fiscal year. So in terms of what we budget and how we budget, that will definitely we'll decide how we're going to budget that once I hear a little bit more firm reporting from some of the hotel partners. Because as all of you know, our budget is directly reflected on if these guests are spending the night in the hotel and that BIA revenue that we get. So that's our only source of funding. So if some of the hotel partners are going to be going through renovation, that would affect the business slightly as we look forward to the new fiscal year. But 2024, about 3%, 0.3% up related to revenue.
Okay, thanks for that. That was my primary question.
Hi, this is Councilmember Reynolds. I had two questions, similar vein. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great.
Yes,
Thank
we
you. So the first is just a data question. I'm eager to see the detailed report that you shared with us. In that report, would we be able to find the yearly trends by category as well? You showed us the yearly trends overall.
Yes.
Oh, good.
We'll
Okay.
make sure that you have that so you can see the complete report.
Okay, good. I'll look into that. I'm curious about that. And then maybe similar to Councilmember Bewley's question, but I'm thinking sort of a longer horizon. What do we know about, or what is the thought about the sort of overall growth potential? I feel like there's certainly a sort of a saturation or capacity, probably based on city size and other factors in terms of potential revenue and sales and so on, all the numbers you shared related to tourism and visitors. Are we there, or do you feel like there's, potential to grow that another 10%, 20%, 30%? What do we know about that? And maybe I'll follow up on that. I know I said two questions with if there is growth potential, like what are the things we can be doing as a city to further invest in that tourism growth?
Yeah, thank you for that question. There's always room to grow unless we're at 100%, and we are certainly not at 100%. But taking that into consideration, one of our best years ever was when you're talking about hotels specifically, occupancy rate of about 80.5% was probably the highest that we've ever done since I've been with the organization. And that's pretty good. I think our area of opportunity related to getting more revenue from visitors is going to be with events, multi-day events. So that's going to be key for us, how we're promoting that, who we're marketing those events to and encouraging them to stay. The Orange County Fair and Event Center obviously has several events throughout the year. We want to make sure that those that are visiting the Orange County Fair and Event Center, when they're needing a place to stay, that they stay within our city. But certainly more events throughout the city, not just with the Orange County Fair and Event Center. When you look at our neighbors, in our different cities within Orange County, those that typically have room to grow have added events to the city to help them achieve higher occupancy for our hotels and higher spend overall. So that's what I would say most certainly can assist us.
Thank you. And just to circle back to the second question, give me a sense again what you think that you said there's room to grow. Realistically, do we think we can double that revenue? Do you think we can get that up to 50%? What should be a goal for us?
Well, I guess it all depends on, I'm looking at fiscal year 25-26. So for us to budget and to look at what that number is realistically, I need to know what's going on with the partners related to our budget, because that's obviously going to affect the TOT as well within the city, depending on what our partners do. So this next year, if we don't go into renovation, I'm looking at 1%, 2% change for us for fiscal year 25-26. That's what I would be comfortable at this point assessing. Definitely less if we go into renovation, because those typically can take weeks, and especially if our bigger partners are doing that. Typically when those hotels have high occupancy or they sell out, there's compression to the others. So that's essential for us.
Okay, appreciate the responses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Mar?
This isn't a trick question, so if you don't know the answer, don't worry about it. When was the BIA first established?
1995.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. It was 1995. I think it was October. And it was at that point, I'm trying to remember the percent that it was. I don't know if it was 1%. And then the year 2000, it went to 2. And then the end of 2010, it went to 3.
And that's 3% of hotel revenues, is that the? Yeah.
Right. So of the, it's not of hotel revenue, well, yeah, I guess it is. It's essentially the 3% of what a guest pays at any of the 11 hotel partners that we have.
Have we ever expanded that number of hotel partners?
When I first became part of the organization, we were at 10. And then we had another partner join, which took us to 11. But we have not had an additional partner for quite some time.
Yeah, I'm just, I'm wondering some of the things you mentioned, the lab and the camp. We know that people come here for our restaurants. I was in line at Mercado Gonzalez when there was people behind me saying they had driven out here from deep inland empire in order to come out. So we know that that is a draw for folks. Have we ever contemplated broadening the base of who's in the BIA? I feel like you and I talked about this pre-pandemic.
Oh, I love this because, when you look at what the budget is, we're at this point, we don't have new hotels joining us. So the money that we have is certainly has changed with what we can do, even from 2019. So I can't do as much with that. This program's voluntary. So we would love to have more partners join us, but it is something that a hotelier can come in and can come out of once a year. So it would be, if they're interested to join us, we're happy to have them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not on the board, the mayor is, but that's something that I would be interested in understanding. We've got so many other draws in Costa Mesa. Is there ways to sort of broaden, frankly, the benefits also that BIA members receive as being part of Travel Costa Mesa? So it would seem like a win-win across the board, and I'm all for if you can find some way to do even more than you already do, I would be supportive of that.
Thank you.
All right. And everybody understands about the BIA? I was going to ask her to explain it, but I think the questions just now kind of explained it pretty well. Okay, good. Anybody else? All right. Thank you. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all you do. All right. Now we're going to come to public comments, and you could speak about anything except for the matters that are our 2 public hearings. Other than that, if it's on the consent calendar or if it's something that's not one of those 2 public hearings, you could speak about it. You get 3 minutes. At minute 2, you're going to hear a sound. At that time, please wrap it up. The mic's cut off at 3 minutes, and we're going to go to the people that are in the chambers first, and then we'll move to the folks that are waiting on Zoom. So with that, Flo, you have the floor.
Flo Martin, Costa Mesa resident. You're looking at the the Tanager Trail between Harla and Harbor Boulevard that I walked yesterday, and I also walked a couple of months ago. A couple of months ago, I submitted some photographs of this, what I consider a danger zone, to Costa Mesa 311. And when I was on that trail yesterday, I saw that nothing has been done. These palm fronds are all over the trail. How do I click forward? Whoop. Sorry. Okay, thank you. Here. The palm fronds are not only dangerous to pedestrians and cyclists, but they're also a fire hazard. Next slide. These palm trees line the Tanager Trail from Harla to Harbor, and their palm fronds need some serious trimming. Next slide. The palm fronds are on both sides of the trail. Next slide. Take a look at this. This is a fire hazard. This is a public safety hazard. The city needs to get on the ball and send out some teams to clean up this mess. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Not a pretty picture. Next slide. These are all separate palm fronds, not the same one. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. The fire hazard could be a risk to the mid-density dwellings on both sides of this trail. Next slide. What a mess. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. I hope that the city Public Works sends out some trucks to clean up the palm fronds. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mayor Stevens and council members. My name is Matt Walters, and I have worked as a produce manager for Vaughn's Pavilions for 23 years. And I've been a resident in Costa Mesa for more than 20 years. And I live in District 6. I also serve as a vice president on the executive board for UFCW 324, which represents grocery and drug retail workers throughout Orange County and Long Beach. Also Disneyland, cannabis workers, just to name a few. Grocery workers have experienced increased theft, violence, and safety issues over the last few years, which presents many challenges within our stores. That's why we're asking this council to support an ordinance which regulates self-checkout in Costa Mesa. You may be asking why a produce guy, what he has to do with self-checkout. Well, all parts of our store are affected when theft happens. And it does happen every day, and more so through self-checkout. When theft happens, our sales suffer, our profit margins shrink, stores raise prices. But most importantly, workers suffer by having their hours cut and then struggle to pay bills. This all leads to a vicious cycle. Safety for customers and workers is also affected. My coworkers have shared with me of how customers have yelled at them, calling them racist, even threatened violence, all because they stepped in to try and stop theft through self-checkout. Our employer's policy on theft is quite simple. Provide world-class customer service, and then let them walk out the door. Providing world-class service to a thief greatly increases the chance of violent reaction. My wife and I often shop at our local Ralph's. If you haven't been in there lately, they have installed 9 self-checkouts, supervised by just 2 people, which is an often impossible task to do, especially during the busy time of day. So again, I ask this council to support an ordinance to regulate self-checkout to help stop theft and provide a safer environment for workers and customers alike. And just as a side note, we'll also be introducing this ordinance in Long Beach on April 1st. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens, and everyone here in the City Council tonight. My name is Maria, and I work at Vaughn's on Harbor Boulevard. I'm here to speak about the use of self-checkouts in my store. They've created a challenging and stressful shopping environment for both workers and customers. My store has implemented a total of 8 checkout stations and assigns 1 worker to oversee all of them, as well as a register upfront to process alcohol transactions. This means that there can be 9 transactions at one time with 1 worker who is supposed to monitor them. Oftentimes, multiple customers will need assistance at the same time, but we can only assist 1 customer at a time, and they often get upset and angry when we can provide assistance quickly. The company uses self-checkouts to understaff the store, and so the self-checkout workers are assigned other tasks as well, like answering the phone, unlocking the cabinets that have been locked up. Overall, This creates a high-stress environment for workers and a bad shopping experience for our customers, our community members who rely on our stores for their groceries. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens, council members. My name is Victor Romero. I work for Stater Brothers, and recently I'm part of the bargaining committee that's because our collective contract is up. Recently, they laid off courtesy clerks at 4 of our stores. One of the stores is in Costa Mesa, and increasingly they have been, as part of the bargaining committee, they have increasingly been anti-union and anti-worker, which is not what Costa Mesa believes in. One of like I said, one of the stores is from Costa Mesa, and recently they have an ownership change, and this ownership has not been pro-worker. And I'd like to ask for the city of Costa Mesa to help us and support us in making sure that, like, the injustice of laying off courtesy clerks, which some of them are special needs people that the only jobs that they could get are courtesy clerk jobs, and it is unfair that they just laid off 63 of our employees. And when I first got hired, one of the first things that they told us is that the most important person in the store was a courtesy clerk, because it's the first person that the customers see and the last person the customers see. It used to be a store that prided itself in great customer service, and I fear that those days might be over. But I'd ask for your support in helping us, making sure that we get back to that. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, staff, public. My name is Damian Martin. I'm co-founder of and attorney for Catalyst Cannabis Co. I'm also one of the owners of Catalyst Riverside, or Catalyst Costa Mesa. Sorry, Riverside on the brain, other issue. I'm just here to speak about an experience and to share my gratitude, particularly with staff, on an issue that we are dealing with in this community, and we're dealing with it in other communities as well. But so one of the biggest issues that we've been facing lately as a licensed and legal cannabis retailer is the fact that smoke shops are now illegally selling cannabis and intoxicating hemp kind of under the guise of it being lawful hemp under federal law. We've had it all tested. It's not lawful. It's got extremely high percentages of THC and everything else, and they don't pay the same taxes that we do, so they're able to undercut us on price. And it's proven to be a real struggle for us. It's cutting about like 10 to 30% of our sales, and 10 to 30% of your tax revenue coming from licensed and legal cannabis businesses. But you know, and we've raised this issue in every community we're in a bunch. But the city of Costa Mesa, particularly Costa Mesa city staff, was especially responsive in terms of dealing with the issue. First of all, the city sent out some cease and desist letters to the smoke shops in the city. I believe there's also been some inspections and real kind of more hard enforcement as well. And that's really impressive. Again, I'm in other communities that we're not getting that same level of response. Mrs. Martin, I'm Martin as well. You might actually get your palm fronds cleaned up here. But really kind of over and above that, you start taking action against the smoke shops for the issue of, you know, giant cans of whipped cream, or more technically speaking, nitrous oxide. And that's something that I've only seen the city of Costa Mesa do thus far. So I've actually been sharing that work that you've done with all the other cities that we're in. And we've actually started to see some traction, some inspiration from the work that you've done elsewhere. So again, I'm just here to say thank you. And again, express my gratitude. You know, it's hard out there in our business, and it's really nice to be in a city that supports us and is really proactive about the problems facing the community. Because this really is a problem. This is where minors are getting their cannabis product from. Not from us, because it's like going through airport security to get in our store. But I don't know what it is. Everybody's smoke shops keep the door just like swinging wide open. I don't know. It's a thing maybe in their industry. I don't know. But again, sincerest gratitude. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin. Okay, does anybody else have anything? Okay. You have one. You have the floor.
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, my name's Steve McNally, and I'm here for something later, but smiles, this does good too. So I'm on an Orange County Behavioral Health Advisory Board. I think I've seen many of you, except for the newly elected, at different events around the community. I just wanted to thank you and CalOptima for Celebration for Life, the clinic. So I want to make sure you all have this. I don't see it in the community too often, but it's all the locations where the county-funded Narcan is distributed in private facilities, not public facilities. And it's always important if you're on those journeys to have it. Doesn't guarantee that you'll be able to save a life. A lot has to align. People have to be in front of you. But the ability to use it is simple, it's easy, and the more people that have it, the better off. It's a very quick reversal drug. The other thing I wanted to mention, I'm very involved with the mental health community. I am on a county behavioral health advisory board. I'm speaking as an independent and as just a citizen of Costa Mesa tonight, not for the board. There is a concern across the state, and including in our city, with police not putting hands on to transfer somebody who needs to be put on a 5150 hold and not allowing that transportation to happen. There's been a couple of police legal cases, one in San Diego, one in Sacramento, that reinforces this position with law enforcement. So if they're not going to do it, and that's fine if that's what they choose to do, my first inclination would be to look for the policy and procedures that address that, just to make sure it's not a quality control situation. Like, we expect this to happen, but maybe not every employee that I have across the board in any division might not implement everything the way the policy is supposed to. My concern is that I had a friend of mine whose son was on a private conservatorship, which gives her the similar rights to someone who's been deemed gravely disabled, 5150. She had a bed assigned to UCI. This didn't happen in our city, but the law enforcement would not transport. She found on her own a way to do it for $1,700, so her son, who didn't voluntarily want to go, could go. So I'm going to be asking Ronnie Kelly, or she likes to be called Ronnie, I'm going to ask, who's going to reimburse people when they have to do this on their own? And also, I want to save us from any unintended consequences of financial risk, similar to the $28 million just paid out because the social worker didn't go to someone's apartment to make sure it was safe to put a baby in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I don't see anybody.
Oh, excuse me, I have to sir you back then.
Yes,
Okay.
you may. You can always, I'll give you an extra 2 seconds to sir me. Okay, nobody else in the chambers wishes to speak. Now let's go to the public speakers on Zoom.
Yes, phone number ending in 613, please.
613, you have the floor.
Hi, good evening. I want to again bring to attention the speeding that goes down my street, Town Street, because of what was done to West 19th Street. People speed down my street all day long, and I've asked repeatedly, over and over and over again, to this city council on public comments that we please post a traffic officer on the street. They can write tickets in the morning, in the afternoon, in the early evening. We have people speeding down our street. It's a drag strip now. We talk about, or you guys talk about caring about public safety, but when it comes to my street issues caused by this council, I just hear crickets. My street falls on a boundary line between Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Chavez and Councilmember Reynolds, who claim to be highly about walkability and safety in this city. And I've repeatedly asked on multiple times for this issue to be addressed, and it has not. It's fallen upon deaf ears over and over and over again. At what point were we going to have intervention on the street after someone gets hit or hurt? And then the city will recognize that they created an issue and their lack of enforcement to remedy this now comes into play as it's been brought to their attention many, many times. And this is not something that this is the first time you heard. So please let's make sure that we put an officer on Town Street because it's a drag strip. There's also a simple solution for this. Make Town Street a cul-de-sac. That would eliminate the cut through traffic, the speeding down the street, and it would make it a safer street for the residents that live on the street. One point I want to make was a comment made by the lady presenting for the Day and Costa Mesa Association or whatever she was with. I'd like to correct something she said. She said that there is no TOT. The residents would be on the hook for each resident would be on the hook for an additional $1,200 in tax revenue. I think that's highly misleading. The actual statement should be if there was no TOT, the city would have to operate on a $1,200 less per resident budget. And finally, I haven't heard much of this in the way of the mainstream media, but California just added, I believe, $6.8 billion to their budget deficit for not being able to pay bills for Medi-Cal. And this, they're borrowing from the general fund to cover the costs. So I fully expect the budget shortfall to become greater and greater. And then I'll end it on this. I've never understood why the council
Chris, Chris, your time's up. Next.
Phone number ending in 667.
667, you have the floor.
Good evening. My name is John Lewis, and I'm also calling from Town Street. I have 3 young daughters, and since they renovated 19th Street, our 1-block street has turned into a shortcut where I've calculated all the lots are approximately the same, and it takes exactly 2 seconds to go from property line to property line. And so I estimate that 40 to 50 miles an hour is a very common speed. And I stand out in the street and watch cars. They come around the corner and they go to the end. They're not residents here. This has become a cut-through street. And it's just unsafe. People are constantly going 40 to 50 miles an hour down Town Street. And it's ridiculous because it is such a lovely, quiet street. And it has turned into a raceway to avoid the sitting at 19th Street for 2 lights because of the way that the street is set up now with 1 lane. And I would just love, I didn't know this idea, but that's a great idea to do a cul-de-sac at one end to from making this their shortcut. It's only a 1-block street. There's nothing on either side, and all day long is just a string of people flying past with absolutely zero connection to this street other than using it as a shortcut. I really appreciate your time. I would love something to happen because we have these beautiful yards and a great street. And like I said, I have 3 young daughters. I would love to live here for a long time and raise my family here, but it's not safe. It's gotten ridiculous, and I really appreciate you. Thank you guys so much for your time. Please help us, or like I said, post an officer here. Write tickets all day long. It's ludicrous. Thank you. Have a great evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Mark Vuksevich, please.
Mr. Vuksevich, you have the floor.
Good evening, Council. Apologies I couldn't be in the Council chambers in person. Just got back from Sacramento just an hour ago. So on that note, I wanted to flag some pieces of legislation that I think it would be incredibly valuable to have the city of Costa Mesa take some support positions on. I'm going to list some out, and I'm happy to sort of send a follow-up. I also know that the Costa Mesa Alliance for Better Streets has taken some support positions on legislation as well, but I wanted to flag a few bills in the legislature. The first bill is on an issue I've spoken about before, AB 1085 by Assemblymember Stephanie. It increases the fine for manufacturers and retailers of illegal license plate covers to a $10,000 per device sold fine for any manufacturer and retailer that is selling an illegal license plate cover. It also changes potentially the structure for how against people who are actually have them on their vehicles as well. SB 445 by Senator Blake Spear makes modifications to e-bike regulations. It also requires companies that sold a device that they labeled as an e-bike, but that in reality is an electric motorcycle or an electric moped. And it requires them to notify their customers that they, in fact, do not own an e-bike and they actually own a device that's much more dangerous than that. It also requires police incident reports to capture the, essentially make and model, the class and manufacturer of each e-bike. SB 720 by Senator Ashby kind of modifies the existing red light camera program and allows for a program structure that's both fairer to violators so that they're not getting $500 tickets. They would be getting $100 tickets, but also better for cities that want to have a red light camera to ensure that they're actually getting more money back in return. AB 382 does a number of things, but one of the big things it does is it allows cities to use standards in school zones other than when children are present. So you could use when flashing beacons are in effect, you could use a time-based standard, but allows a school zone that's much more enforceable and more compliable by drivers. And then I also want to mention AB 981, which would require speed limiting devices placed in your car if you have multiple reckless driving, reckless speeding, and exhibition of speed violations that you are guilty of in court. Lastly, I will just flag a bill from Assemblymember Petrie Norris, our assembly member here in Costa Mesa, which would make IIDs installation mandatory on a first DUI offense. Right now, IIDs are only mandatory on a first DUI if you actually hurt or kill someone, or they're mandatory on a second DUI offense. Those are some bills in the legislature I wanted to flag regarding street safety that potentially actually have a lot of benefit to the city of Costa Mesa. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Anybody else on Zoom?
Yes. Yes, anonymous, please.
Anonymous, you have the floor.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Stevens and members of the City Council. I'd like to specifically address the city manager and Councilmember Bewley of District Number 1. I understand that an individual was arrested in Costa Mesa District Number 1 on October 29th, 2023 for assault with a deadly weapon. I also understand from the police department that the investigation is complete, yet no criminal charges have been brought against this person. Who can I forward this inquiry to so that I can get more clarity as to why the case is not being prosecuted?
Hold on one second. Sir, hold on. So during the comments, it's not a back and forth, but if you stay for our comments, we may be able to answer that question. Do you have anything else? Do you have anything further?
No, that's it.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah. Anybody else on Zoom?
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Close public comment. Now we're going to go to the council member committee reports and comments and suggestions. First up, Council Member Mike Bewley, District 1.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the public. And I think I'll lead in with that first question. I guess October 23, there was an assault. I would think that'd be directed to law enforcement, but I'd ask City Manager if you could assist me on how we could direct this member of the public to get some more information on some incident that happened back in October. I was not aware of it. And then just a couple of comments. I just first wanted to thank Fire Chief Stefano for taking the time to meet with Councilmember Pettis and myself and kind of give us an overview, and that was informative, and I appreciated that. As well as Mr. Gruner from the Parks Department as we continue to methodically get through and meet each of the department heads. I appreciated our time and getting to learn more about your department and the staff there. And then one thing I just wanted to touch on, following up to the special study session we had last week regarding the budgeting issues. A thought had occurred to me. I've had a few exchanges with some members of FIPAC and other members of the community, and it seems to be useful to me, maybe some other members of the council, if in future study sessions or we get future reports from budgeting and in finance that we include any thoughts, comments, alternatives that maybe FIPAC has addressed or they see. I see them as kind of a pretty valuable volunteer, engaged resource, qualified members of the community who have finance backgrounds or whatnot. And as I engage in this budgeting process, it'd be helpful to have as many eyes on it as possible, so to speak. And I don't know what form that would take. I don't know if it future reports that we get, we have a little carve out on any particular notes of interest that FIPAC may have raised on the issues that are being brought to us, or I'm not quite certain the process over at FIPAC, or if they have the resources to generate their own little bullet point type of commentary. But I just want to be certain that if there's different views or different thoughts out there on various items are being brought to us, I'm fully informed of everything. So that's just a thought that occurred to me, and I'd ask if somebody could follow up on that. Just let me know if that's feasible, what I'm requesting. So that's all I had for tonight.
Thank you very much. Next up from District 2, Councilmember Lauren Gameros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few things I did want to make some remarks about. First of all, I want to thank the members of the UFCW who came and spoke this evening regarding self-checkout. It's definitely something that I'm sensitive to, and I want you to know that I'm going to be looking into that, and I want to see if there's some sort of solution that we can come to help support the level of crime and the incidents that have occurred regarding that. I also want to take a moment and I want to observe a day in the history of Costa Mesa. Some of you may remember March 10th, 1987, when we had two helicopters crash into each other. I want to take a moment and recognize Senior Officer Mike Leibolt and Senior Officer Dave Ketchum. We have a park in our city dedicated to them. And I grew up with the Leibolts. I knew Katie and Dave since elementary school, and it affected me. It hit home for me and my family because these people I grew up with and I knew, and it really did devastate the family. I also want to recognize the fire department. They had some new recruits get trained in fire control. So thank you for that. We're bringing in new recruits. And along with that, when we have storms, our fire department is prepared. We had a Cal OES Type 3 fire engine pre-positioned just to make sure that we're keeping our community safe. And last but not least, in regards to a lot of the constituents making us aware of some of the traffic issues that we have and stuff like that, we're going to be having a proposed traffic signal for Fairview and Belfast. It's going to be discussed tomorrow, March 19th, from 6 to 8 p.m. For those that are interested, it's going to be at the Halecrest Park Social Room to discuss the new traffic signal at that intersection. Other than that, that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up from District 3 is Councilmember Andrea Marr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it's been a busy couple of weeks. I was at the OC Fairgrounds for the opening of the new Goodwill Donation Center. So every Thursday during the farmers market now, there's going to be essentially a big trailer there that can collect donations. So if you live on my part of town, you don't have to go all the way to the donation center on 19th Street. You can be there on Thursdays and also hit the farmers market. I also attended the Women's Veteran Symposium sponsored by the VFW, organized by Bobby McDonald, who's a friend of Costa Mesa and has been here for a few times receiving proclamations. And thank you to OCC for hosting that event. It was very well attended. It was very cool to be around a couple hundred other female veterans. Attended the skate park community meeting. That was another couple of hundred people. It was a great turnout. I think folks are really excited about the design of the skate park. It's coming along. We've managed to keep a lot of the trees on that side of Tewinkle, so I'm super happy about that, and just got some great feedback from the community. And Saturday is the Bark Bash at Tewinkle Park. So if you're a dog person, go wander around Tewinkle. It'll be fun. There'll be some demonstrations from our canine companions in PD, as well as pets up for adoption. I too want to thank the folks from UFCW who came out. I do think it's an important issue. I think that we have to figure out as a community how to deal with these changes in technology, changes in ways of operating, and ultimately recognize that the residents of Costa Mesa, the customers of these stores, are our constituents. So I'm happy to support where I can there. And then last, I would ask the mayor that we close the meeting in honor of Officers Ketchum and Leibold, certainly, and also in honor of WeFam. Thank you.
Thank you. We will definitely do that. Next up is from District 5, Councilmember Arlis Reynolds.
Hi, everyone joining remotely today. Thank you all for the public comments. I'll start with one of the comments, or a couple comments related to Town Street. Certainly, we are listening. After a previous meeting, I did talk to the director about looking at some data there on vehicle counts and speeds. As this council knows, and I think others who attend our meetings, speeding in neighborhoods is a challenge we face across the city, and certainly been staffing up. We've got some great new team members to look at different traffic calming mechanisms to make our streets safer in neighborhoods and across the city. So we'll be following up on that. We did verify that the counts on 19th Street are about the same pre and post, but we're going to be looking at 18th as well. I wanted to thank the members of the Costa Mesa Historical Society. They have been really hosting a great series of speaker events. I encourage you to follow them on social media or get on their mailing list. The most recent one, they had the artist Alicia Rojas speak. She did the mural that's over on Baker Street, and she's done quite a few community-led mural projects in Santa Ana. Really inspiring presentation about not just the artwork, but how she collaborates with community in designing and developing that art. I was so inspired that I've already talked to some staff members about potentially engaging with her, looking into her process a little bit and thinking about how we can do some community-based art projects with some of our future projects. I'm thinking about the Mesa Cafe at Lions Park, possibly the skate park as well. I heard some comments about that at the recent PAX meeting. A reminder to staff, I'm still interested in an update, and I think others on council are as well, on our parking program, in particular in how we're working through some of the challenges residents have raised at our meetings or through email. I'm also very interested in a component of the program that I think was part of one of the later phases, which was the shared parking program. So where we might be looking at partnering with larger lots that are near neighborhoods for potential shared parking opportunities. And finally, one of the reasons I'm not there today is because I've been up in Sacramento for my own work. I did run into one of our residents while I was here, which was fun. And my time here and I happened to be on the plane with many from the ACC OC delegation. So I had some great conversations with some council members in our neighboring cities about various things, including some strategies to support our small businesses. I'll share more about that later. But it's reminded me about the the different bills that are happening or being proposed here. I've definitely heard some. We heard some tonight that I do think align very much with the city's goals and city council goals. So I'd like to sort of remind and maybe get some clarification on the process and schedule for doing that bill review and how individual council members can share bills that we'd like the city to take a support position on. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up from District 6 is Councilmember Jeff Pettis.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Excuse me. So I talk a lot about infrastructure, and it's one of my primary responsibilities. And just on a couple updates for the folks over near Brentwood Park, I know that you're watching and hoping for that to get done. I'm encouraged by my discussions with Lorianne that this one's still in the budget for the CIP cycle. This time I'll be talking to Public Works and Raja. I think Friday we're going to be meeting. So thank you, staff, and thank you, everybody, for your attention on that. And as well as Harper Park, I will be meeting via Zoom with Mr. Brian Gruner and Jason Kamala tomorrow, I believe. I think it's tomorrow, yeah, on a Zoom call, and some other staff to discuss the future and major needs over in Harper Park. So more to come on that. And interestingly enough, I was listening to the gentleman talk about the behavioral health situation and the hands-on with the police. It's interesting timing. I wasn't going to talk about this, but we just finished up at Long Beach VA Medical Center. I was in charge of developing a medical center policy on our behavioral response team that we now have in place. And he's right on the 5150 issue. When we're talking about homelessness and mental health, substance abuse, there isn't any more, very few more important options than somebody that is 5150, meaning a 3-day involuntary hold for gravely disabled, danger to self, danger to others. That is a vehicle in which someone can get the help they need. Now, I know that depending on the municipality and the organization, there are policies in place regarding police and whatnot, so I'm not going to make any judgments there. But there are other people that can intervene in that situation. They're what we call LPS certified. It could be a social worker, could be a mental health worker. So hopefully we can get some attention to that, because the 5150 is a very important tool if we want to address homelessness. So thank you for bringing that up. I don't know if you're still here. Lastly, along the lines of mental health, those of you that live in District 6, I've been in District 6 for 15 years, there is a gentleman by the name of Gregory Gayeff, who was a homeless gentleman who could be seen on the corner oftentimes of Orange and 17th Street, a fixture in the neighborhood. And when I first read about his passing recently, I wanted to, I'm like, how am I going to address the topic of homelessness and what we can or can't do in the city? You know what? I'm going to pass on that part, because I think it's important just to acknowledge and respect the humanity of people. And he was, I had interactions with him that I'll never forget with my kids, revolving around the topic of kindness and how to treat other human beings. I can remember I was with my 11-year-old daughter, and we had gotten some food to go. We got an extra burrito, and I said, you know, I'm gonna go. He was also known as Nick, was his nickname. I'm gonna give him this burrito, and I go, how am I gonna do this? So I snuck around 7-Eleven, just set it on the park bench next to him, and I'm like, I don't even know if he's gonna want it. You know, being all sketchy about it. And I drove around the corner, and I just saw him flip open the thing and eat it, and I just wanted to bring his name up. Gregory Gayeff, he was a human, he was a member of our community, and he's no longer with us, and I just wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Councilmember, can you say his last name again so I get it right? We'll adjourn the meeting.
G-A-E-F, Gayeff. Gregory Crawford Gayeff.
Gayeff, yeah. Got it. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Next up is Mayor Pro Tem Manuel Chavez from District 4.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. Thank you to the kids joining us from high school. I know you're here for your class. 3 updates, 3 upcoming events, and 3 adjournments. First of all, thank you to members of UFCW for joining us today. I had the privilege of joining you guys on the action about 2 weeks ago in the pouring rain, and I really appreciate you guys sharing the struggles you face as workers, but more importantly, how that impacts the community at large. And I'm actually going to ask the manager if we can look at that ordinance from Long Beach to see if there's any way we can facilitate our community in having a more safe experience. And from my point of view, make sure we're not losing any revenue wherever we can on sales tax. Thank you guys for coming out today and sharing that. I had the privilege of joining Councilmember Mar in our district for the unveiling of the new donation center of Goodwill at the fairgrounds. Super exciting. They're going to have it right next to the farmers market, so folks can get fresh produce and donate some stuff to Goodwill. As someone who shops at Goodwill, and it's always good to have some good hand-me-downs from some folks, and it's just good to see that collaboration happening all throughout our city. And thank you to the fairgrounds for doing that, Goodwill for doing that, and for the folks that shop in Costa Mesa, the farmers market. I also had the privilege of joining Councilmember Reynolds in her district to celebrate Sidecar Cafe coming to a closure. Diane Beach, a long-standing institution of our city, 32 years, had this cafe, ran it with her family, really near dear to our heart in Costa Mesa, and I had the pleasure of joining Member Reynolds to congratulate the family on their service to Costa Mesa. We're really built on the backbones of small businesses in Costa Mesa, and while we're sad to see Ms. Beach go, I'm happy for her that she was able to create a life for herself and can now enjoy it with her family in Colorado. So thank you for having us be part of that experience. For the upcoming events, it's 3. One, tomorrow here at City Hall, we have the Fair Housing Workshop. This is for tenants, landlords, and anyone that manages property. It's an overview of our state laws, and more importantly, our Costa Mesa laws. Our council has a more protective form of tenant protections. We actually ask that before relocation, tenants get 2 months notice, not just a 1 month notice the state requires. And I've heard a lot of good success from that. It gives folks more time to get on their feet from a traumatic situation. So please go to that if you're interested. Open to the public. It'll be here at City Hall in the community room at 6 p.m. On Friday, please join our fire chief and our Chamber of Commerce for the Rise and Shine. Chief Stefano is going to have a great town hall meeting across District 5 near my district at the Senior Center. So please come, meet the chief, meet the members of the community. It'll be a good chance to learn about how we can support our businesses in the community and stay involved together. And finally, as echoed by Councilmember Mar, this Saturday is the Spring Bark Bash Festival in Twinkle Park. I go at least a little bit every year, and it's always fun seeing the dogs run around and seeing the displays. And to highlight what she mentioned, we will have adoptions at that site. More importantly, for pet owners, we'll also have free vaccinations. So if you can't afford to get your dog vaccinated, just go there. That would be all taken care of. And finally, I want to just genuinely thank Councilmember Reynolds, Mar, and Gameros for mentioning the 3 adjournments. And I'll mention real briefly, I have the honor of having catchment level park in my district. We honor those that serve in Costa Mesa, and thank you, Councilmember Gameros, for mentioning them in your adjournment, and also Councilmember Mar, thank you for mentioning Hugh Pham in your adjournment. St. Patrick's Day is always a bit heavy in Costa Mesa for our unfortunate historic past, but it always brings me solace to know that the community comes together, our community of Costa Mesa comes together to celebrate the importance of solidarity. And so thank you for those adjournments. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So for my part, yes, thank you for the members of UFCW who came. I think that following up on their request and issue regarding a potential ordinance and following up what's happening in Long Beach is a good idea in terms of, safety and a higher level of service and job opportunities in the community. Regarding just one other thing, regarding the skate park, yeah, that was a great meeting that Councilmember Mar mentioned. A lot of people there. Thank you to the staff who did a wonderful job, our consultant who's designed a really beautiful facility, and to Supervisor Foley, who's been following up on this diligently, let's put it that way, very diligently, and has provided funding, and she's worked really hard ever since she's been a mayor to get this over the finish line, and it looks like we're on about the 7-yard line. We could see the goal line from here. So thank you for that. And I have I do appreciate, like the Mayor Pro Tem said, that Officers Ketchum and Leibel have been mentioned, and WeFam, of course. I agree with his point that, St. Patrick's Day will never quite be the same after 2011. And also, thank you, Councilmember Pettis, for bringing up Gregory Gaff. And so all of them will be remembered and will adjourn in their honor. For my part, I'd like to highlight Fran Orsini. I've got some words to read about him, but you probably all know Fran. Hold on one second. Here's some photos. If you look at the screen, there's Fran with the red shirt. But I don't think anybody in the business community has given more, and his family more to the community. There's the Bruins. Anyway, let me read this about Fran while we're showing the pictures. Francis Albert Fran Orsini, who may or may not have been named after Frank Sinatra, died at age 86 on March 14th, 2025. He was born on May 21st, 1938 in Chicago, Illinois, to Nick and Mary Orsini. He grew up with 3 older sisters. He played high school in football. If you can imagine this, if you know Fran, he was not a big guy, but he was 154 pounds, and he was starting guard of his team, showing the grit that would continue for the rest of his life in running his family, his business, and in giving to the community. He found the love of his life in Karen Ann Peterson in junior high school, and they married on December 29th, 1963. Having their first son, John, who many of us know in Chicago, and then it got too cold for him, and they moved, of course, they made the right move to move to Costa Mesa, where they welcomed David and Laura. In 1965, Fran took over the Surfer in Newport Beach, where he began his journey as a businessman, employing his children and many local students. Fran was known as a tough but fair boss, instilling a strong work ethic that he passed down to his 3 children and 8 grandchildren. He ran several businesses near the Newport Pier, including Hadley's, Togo's, Pizza Station, the Substation, the Patio Cafe, but he's best remembered, of course, as the founder of the Newport Rib Company, which opened first in 1984 with his original partner, Rich Penjoyan, and his cousin, Ron Bianco. Fran continued to work at the Rib Company until his passing, always ensuring that the business ran smoothly. Beyond business, Fran had a deep love for his community. He was an active member of the Kiwanis Club for 40 years, leading their annual pancake breakfast for AYSO and helping with the fireworks stand. Fran's love for sports extended into his lifelong career as a CIF football referee for 50 years, where he earned the respect and admiration of his coaches. Fran's zest for life was fueled by his unwavering love and support of his wife, Karen. Their 62-year marriage was a storybook of love that everyone around them could feel. He's survived by Karen, his sister, Alvera, children's John and his wife, Kathy, David, and a wife, Krista, and Laura Marroquin and her husband, Jerry, as well as 8 grandchildren. His legacy will live on in his family, his businesses, and the countless people he has touched. There will never be anybody quite like Francis Albert Orsini, or Fran as we know him, and he's given so much to the community of Costa Mesa. May he rest in peace, and we're going to adjourn the meeting in his honor and memory, as we are with the others as well. So that's all I have. City Manager Farrell Harrison, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Just have one update, and then I'll respond to some of the comments and some of the requests that were made this evening. So I wanted to announce a new hire for the city. This is a position that is really important to a lot of the issues that even we've heard in public comment tonight as it relates to transportation services and transportation management in the city. And so we're really excited to announce that we've hired Paul Martin, a seasoned transportation professional, as our new transportation services manager. He has over 25 years of experience in both the public and private sectors. He brings extensive expertise in all areas of transportation, including active transportation, planning, and operations. In his new role, Paul Martin will oversee the city's traffic operations, the planning activities, and our active transportation program, which, as you know, is very important. And there's a lot of coordination there and a lot of participation, collaboration with our Active Transportation Committee, of course, and with CMABs as well, that was mentioned this evening. And prior to joining Costa Mesa, Paul served as the first Active Transportation Coordinator for the Orange County Transportation Authority. As you know, OCTA is one of our largest, for Orange County, it is the largest, but it's one of the largest transportation authorities in California and in the country. So Paul, would you please stand up? Very excited to have Paul join the team, and he served as a panelist on some of our interviews, and I guess he finally decided, you know what, I think I want the job. So we're really happy to have you. Okay, so now on some of our comments this evening, I will refer the matter of the police department and the incident in October to our city attorney to follow up, since she's our chief legal counsel, and so she will have independent analysis of that and can work on that issue for us. Councilmember Reynolds, we will get the residential parking program update scheduled, and so I'll coordinate with Raja on that. On the UFCW, we'll look at that Long Beach ordinance as well, as per your request. On the palm fronds, so we did have, as we develop next year's CIP, we've been looking at ways that we can perhaps expand a little bit on our tree maintenance programs. And so we'll take a look at that. For Town Street, we'll work with our Public Works and with PD to do the traffic study there, and then, you know, make sure that we're putting in the measures that we need to put in if, you know, our evidence concurs on, you know, additional safety measures and calming measures as well. Regarding, this is for Councilmember Reynolds, I believe you asked about the legislative review process and some of the comments that were made with suggestions on legislation to support or look into. We're actually coincidentally having a legislative review committee meeting tomorrow, which is comprised of myself, the mayor, and the mayor pro tem, along with Cecilia and Alma and Jay Barkman of our team, who's our government relations manager and has been working closely with our state lobbyists to identify state legislation that could be of interest to us that we could take different positions on. And so this timing is perfect. We'll have Jay Barkman reach out to council and identify if there are any other bills, in addition to the ones that we're reviewing, that we should be looking at. Regarding Councilmember Bewley's request for FIPAC participation in the budget process, I will work with Carol Molina, our finance director. I know that she has a series of FIPAC meetings that are coming up, and so we'll be looking for their recommendations on those different aspects of the budget, and we'll incorporate that in the presentations that we make to council over the next several months, starting with the CIP, since that's the first part of the budget that we usually start really refining and bringing to council for action. And I think that was everything. Councilmember Gameros, thank you so much for mentioning Officers Leibel and Ketchum. Also, thank you for mentioning WeFam on, you know, on the dais, and Mr. Gayev, and of course, on behalf of our executive team and all of the employees of Costa Mesa, we express our condolences as well to the Orsini family. So thank you. That's all I have for tonight.
All right. Next up is the city attorney report. Ms. Hall Barlow, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just respond to the one question. I don't have anything else this evening. There might be many reasons why charges might not be filed, even though an incident may have occurred. It could be officers didn't find enough evidence. It could be that it was submitted to the DA's office and they decided not to file charges. We don't know. But if you, the gentleman who called, you're welcome to call me. My phone number is 714-446-1400. reach out to me and I will get to the bottom of it. And if we can provide you with an answer, we will be happy to do that.
All right, wonderful. Next up is the consent calendar. All matters on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be acted on in one motion. Unless an item is pulled from the agenda by a council member, a member of the public, or the staff. With respect to, before we get a motion on the balance, with respect to number 3, Councilmember Gameros has to abstain because his wife works at Priceless Pets, and I have to abstain because Ware Disposal gave above the limit requiring me to abstain from this item. So, so there's that, and then I know that Councilmember Pettis has pulled number 7. Are there any other matters, consent calendar items that have been pulled?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, good stuff. Okay, then we'll get a motion on the balance, noting the Chavez, Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, seconded by Councilmember Mar. Let's call for the question, noting the abstentions.
And it has to be.
Voice vote.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, voice vote.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Pettis?
Yes.
Councilmember Bewley?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, excellent. Would you please read consent calendar item number 7, the title?
Yes. Item number 7 is the 2024 sixth cycle housing element annual progress report. Available for questions is Ms. Nandaivong Duansi, Principal Planner.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So Councilmember Pettis, you pulled this, so I'm going to give you the floor.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Stevens. So I just had a couple questions. I'm not going to relitigate the housing element. We all know about the big number, 11,760 that we have to build. I was reading the staff report, and there was a couple things that stood out to me. I just wanted to see. I know that if my math is correct, that we've built a total of 373 residential units, 312 affordable, 60 above moderate units, yada, yada, with 58 ADUs in the very low income category. What is a very low income ADU? I mean, I know what the calculation is for the different income levels. I'm just wondering what a very low income ADU is.
Thank you, Councilmember Pettis. Anna McGill, Advanced Planning Manager. I am looking at a chart that's provided for us. It's based on county information that we get for what qualifies as very low, low, moderate, and above moderate. And for low income, this is 51 to 80% of median area income. And that's typically an income range of 51,000 to 82,000 approximately. That tends to change year on year. If you're wondering what that means in terms of a rent, I'd have to get back to you with that specific number.
So is there a particular ADU? How do we know that ADU is a very low income ADU?
Yeah, that's a bit more of a nuanced question. So the state has I'm going to put it this way, an evolving history on how they've made that determination. During the sixth RHNA cycle, there was a lot of discussions from cities on whether or not ADUs could be counted for like low or very low income units. And HCD took a very long time in trying to make this determination and ultimately decided that cities could use a range of methods to determine ADUs being at lower income. One of which was to use an affordability calculator that they provide where you kind of put in a zip code and bedroom and size, and it will help determine what the sort of average rental rate would be and whether or not that could be counted towards low or very low. And so that has been the case for Costa Mesa in the way that we've sort of estimated ADUs being able to count towards those income categories. This year, HCD posted some additional guidance asking cities to provide a little bit more justification and how those units would meet low or very low income levels. And so that came very late in the process of getting this together. So our staff sent out a survey to any applicant who had applied for and either still in the process or received a building permit in 2024. And so we extrapolated the data that we got from that survey to try to make an estimate for the ADUs received this year. It's not perfect, but it was our best way to make a good estimate for the year of 2024. Moving forward, as part of the building permit application in TESA, applicants will be asked to provide that information. So we will have the square footage, bedroom, and if they anticipate renting it out. Obviously, it's a little early in the stage to ask. Sometimes folks don't know until it's built if they anticipate renting it out, but it's the best information that we can get to provide justification to HCD. You know, if let's say somebody's not anticipating renting out, maybe they're going to have a family member live there, that would be 0. And so we would count that, you know, just to give you an example, as a low income unit.
So the 58 is more of an estimate than it is an actual.
Yeah, it's our best estimate.
Okay.
I would say moving forward in years, we're going to have a little bit more certainty
Okay.
that these ADUs are in fact at those income categories. But so far, HCD has allowed us to use these methods like the calculator to make this interpretation.
Okay, thank you. And I won't take too long, but I just, generally speaking, when looking at this whole, such a huge topic on the housing element, and there's, you know, different sides. There's the side that thinks we need housing, we need high-density housing, we need more affordable housing. Then there's the other side that don't touch my, you know, neighborhood, that side too. There's all the in between too, but there are certain things that we can agree on. I think most of us agree on, and I might get stoned or flogged to death for saying these things, but I think we mostly as a city, from what I hear from my constituents, is that yes, we are built out in the 90th percent in the city. We don't have a lot of new area to build on. We can all agree on that, I think, for the most part. And we also, most people, regardless of where you stand on housing in general, most of us don't love state mandates, even though we need to do what we need to do. We don't love the state telling us what to do. And there's a certain faction that says, let's go after them, let's litigate. But I think on the things that we agree on, maybe pushing back some on the state mandates, and maybe the things that we can agree on. I'm wondering what efforts the city. I'm just kind of looking at you. I don't know if you'd answer, but as what have we done to have our municipal voice heard? You have some cities, let's take Huntington Beach for an example, they're doing litigation, right? I'm not advocating for or against litigation, but what have we done as a city to make our voice heard out in the public? Like, what, I don't know, take Newport Beach, for example. They wanted some help from California League of Cities, and I think the Newport Beach actually dropped out a year ago, not necessarily over housing, but I'm wondering if we've looked into the California City League of Housing for help. What have we done to, I know that there's disagreement on the housing element and what we should and shouldn't do, but there are some commonalities, and we'd like our municipal voice to be heard. Are we out there at all in any way?
Yeah, there's been a range of methods over, do you want, okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Pettis.
That makes sense. I felt like I was kind of all over the place there.
Absolutely,
but, yeah,
no,
okay.
it absolutely. I think I can shed some light on that, and then we can see whether you have any additional questions. And so, typically, you know, in the course of preparing these annual progress reports and complying with state mandates, those are laws that are already adopted. And so, once they're adopted, the city is obligated to follow them. We are obviously committed to educating the residents in the community on new regulations that come on online so that they're prepared before they embark on development projects and submit their plans. But working a little bit upstream on that, I think you heard the city manager mention that the city has a legislative review committee. And there are several of us down here in Development Services in the Planning Division that are also on the American Planning Association Legislative Review Committee. Many of us are also involved in the California League of Cities that reviews pending legislation. So in other words, when a bill is introduced, we review the way it's introduced and evaluate the way that it may impact the city development patterns or operations, and then provide feedback at the very early stage so that we can protect the way the city operates and the city's best interests as early as possible. And being part of that, rulemaking process does give the city the municipal voice, the ability to speak on behalf of the whole community. But that ultimately, though, the regulations go through many iterations in the legislature, and once they're adopted, though, we are obligated to follow them, and that's how we are here right now. But I hope that provided a little more information on what we do upstream as the laws come online for consideration. So thank you.
Yeah, that's helpful. And as much as I'd like to sit up here and say we got to fight, I mean, I think there's value in a lot of the people out in the city. We're all in this stuff. We do this for a living. We're in the weeds. We research it all. But a lot of people don't. They get these updates every so often, and sometimes there's value in. I don't know what the word is, not fighting, but actually just making our voice heard out in the community. And, like the residents see us spending, millions of dollars fighting, say, the sober living houses, and through that litigation. And again, I'm not saying we need to litigate to advertise, but they see that and they wonder, well, why can't we make efforts to push back in some areas of this housing element? So that's just, I guess I'm just trying to be an advocate for the folks and get the word out there. So thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you for pulling this item too. It's kind of interesting. So the way I read it, over 78% of our housing in the last 3 years, this is actual building permits, have come from two sources: ADUs and the Mesa Vista project. Am I reading that right? Did I add it up right? Just basically
Yes, that's correct.
Working the calculator. Okay. Well, good for ADUs and good for the Mesa Vista project, which is a permanent supportive housing project that took over the Motel 6 and is part of a Project Home Key, which we have another one moving forward on Bristol. So that's good, but it's disappointing regarding the rest of the housing. And just to ask one very direct question, I think you answered it, but I just want to get it on the record. So the ADUs that count as affordable ADUs, low income, very low income, they're not deed restricted, right?
That's correct. They're not
Got
deed
it.
restricted.
Okay, that's good. And to respond, maybe somebody else was going to respond to this, but I'll just respond to Councilmember Pettis. When we were going through the process of getting our RENA numbers, there was a lot of controversy within the SCAG folks and everything, and there was a lawsuit that was filed by, if I'm not mistaken, the League of Cities, of which we are a member. And so we participated in that lawsuit. We lost. So we have the RENA number that we have. And as Director Tai said, once that happens, we have to follow the law. Some cities have decided, I guess, to do other things, but we've been following the law. And it is distinct from sober living homes in that was our ordinance. So we were the ones that created the ordinance. So the analogy would be we were the state of California in that circumstance, and the sober living homes would be, I guess, Huntington Beach, using the analogy. Okay? So anyway, let's open it up to the public. All right, close public comment. Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment. Okay. Motion, please.
I'll move to approve staff recommendation.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Chavez moves for the staff recommendation, seconded by Councilmember Mar. Voice vote. Call for the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Pettis?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros? Yes. Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Bewley?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay. Now, we have our first item, which is the public hearing number one. I suggest that we get through this one and then we take a break before the next one, if there's no objection. So, Madam Clerk, would you please read the title on public hearing number 1?
Yes, just 1 minute. Let me see. Public hearing. This is first reading of an ordinance titled, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, approving amendment PCTY-24-000 amending Chapter 5, Article 1, Section 13-35 regarding accessory dwelling units of Title 13 of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code to conform to recent revisions to state law. Presentation by Mr. Yeager, Senior Planner.
Mr. Yeager, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Again, my name is Chris Yeager, Senior Planner here with the City of Costa Mesa. Tonight, in front of you, we have a ADU ordinance update spurred by state mandates. Essentially, the California Government Code, it was updated in the previous year for a handful of new bills which have gotten adopted. And these changes basically made the city's ADU ordinance obsolete. So we're here tonight to update the ordinance, be consistent with state law. In addition, the city received a letter from HCD at the end of last year requesting additional modifications to the ordinance. So those requests have been incorporated into the ordinance as well. So what is an ADU? We've talked about it a little bit tonight, but ADU, it is typically a smaller housing unit, either within or on the same property as a main unit. ADUs, they're counted as housing units. They can be rented, and they've been allowed historically in the city conditionally. However, that changed back when the state laws went into effect to ease ADU regulations. So the history of our ordinance, back in 2019, City Council adopted an urgency ordinance which incorporated the state ADU requirements. Since then, we've had 2 other ordinances that have gone through, and the current ordinance that's in front of you tonight, it was heard by the Planning Commission twice, once at a study session in January and a recommendation for first reading in February. So the code amendments, it does revolve around 3 specific bills, SB 477, SB 1211, and AB 2533. Basically these bills, they reorganize the government code for ADUs. They provide more flexibilities for developers for ADUs in terms of numbers and development standards. And they also allow legalization of ADUs which were built without permits. Consistent with the letters with HCD, the bills, and another public comment which was received during the Planning Commission from the California Housing Defense Fund, the city ordinance has been updated and is proposed before you tonight. So the changes to the number of allowed ADUs. Our current ordinance, any single family dwelling property is allowed to have 1 ADU and 1 JADU. A JADU is typically a smaller ADU, maximum 500 square feet within the building, main building. Under the updated ordinance, the single-family dwelling would allow for 1 conversion ADU within the building, 1 JADU within the main building, and an additional detached or attached ADU. Multifamily dwelling properties, they've also been increased. The current ordinance allows for 2 detached ADUs with no ADUs in new construction residences, and non-livable spaces are permitted to be converted into ADUs up to 25% of the existing units. The new ordinance would allow for up to 8 detached ADUs on a multifamily site, provided that the number of ADUs does not exceed the number of existing units. It would allow for 1 ADU within a new construction multifamily dwelling, and it would continue to keep the conversion standards. The ordinance is also proposed to be updated to modify multifamily dwelling property maximum square feet for ADUs. Currently, we allow for 800 square foot ADUs if there's more than 1 proposed. Otherwise, 1 1,200 square foot ADU would be allowed. In our correspondence with HCD, that wasn't compliant with the government code, so we have modified it to mirror the government code requirement, which is maximum size 850 square feet or 1,000 square feet for an ADU with more than 1 bedroom. So those standards apply to ADUs unless the ADU is exempted from local standards. There are specific ADUs which the government code specifically allows for if certain standards are met. So for single-family developments, any ADU or JADU that's converted within the main home is exempt from any local standards. In addition, any detached ADU on a single-family dwelling that's 800 square feet with 4-foot side and rear setbacks and a maximum feet of 18 feet, or 2 additional feet to align with the roof of the main dwelling, is permitted with no additional standards attached. Multifamily ADUs, anything that's converted from the existing floor area or accessory structures, again, all conversion ADUs, they're exempt from standards, and detached ADUs with 4-foot side and rear setbacks in the same height mentioned before, the 18 feet with 2 additional feet to align with the roof pitch of the main building, are permitted with no additional standards. Finally, the city did introduce the Safe ADU legalization program in response to AB 2533. And this allows unpermitted ADUs that were built prior to January 1st, 2020, when the state's ADU code went into effect. They can seek legalization. So if there's an existing structure which was built before 2020, it's been used as a dwelling unit, they can apply to the city to bring it into conformance with the building code, and they just need to bring it into standards with the building code, and it would be a legal unit. We've also had to remove any subjectivity from our requirements. Objective design requirements. This is basically any standard which can be reasonably determined by somebody reading. So a setback is an objective standard. 20-foot setback, anyone knows what that is. Being compatible with the main residence, that's subjective. Any person who reads it could think what it means differently. So we did remove any subjectivity from the code. We modified the code to require any attached or detached ADUs to match materials, finishes, and colors of the main residence. One of the sticking points we have is garage conversions. Since they are mandated ADUs, we cannot apply any additional standards to it. So our previous standard, which required a certain amount of windows, doors, or landscaping in front of those ADUs, we can't enforce that. We do see the benefits in requiring these garage facades to have some sort of articulation or interest. So we did include recommendations for garage conversions, which staff will be pushing for with any application. Parking space removal for ADUs. Under the current code, if a ADU is placed in the space of a garage or carport on any single-family or multifamily site, those parking spaces are not required to be replaced per the government code. This has been expanded to include any parking space. So it's not just a garage, a carport, now it's any open parking space, a parking lot, anything like that. Those could be removed to add ADUs without requiring replacement parking. So HCD's letter, it did include a request that the city allow short-term rentals for junior ADUs. And a challenge to that is that junior ADUs, if they're used as short-term rentals, that reduces the number of long-term housing units available to the residents in the city. HCD has outlined that a city may adopt an ordinance without the changes requested in their letter if we provide explanations to the reasoning why the city believes that the ordinance is compliant with state ADU code. And essentially, the ADU government code starts with the facts that ADUs and JADUs are valuable forms of housing in California. They provide housing at below market rates within existing neighborhoods. They provide additional rental housing stock in California. California faces a severe housing crisis, and the state is falling far short of meeting its current and future housing demands. So the city staff does not believe that allowing JADUs to be used for short-term rentals contributes to those objectives of the government code, and therefore we're proposing to continue prohibiting short-term rentals in JADUs. Another exciting program I want to make you all aware of is our new pre-approved ADU program. This program, it's intended to allow architects and designers to submit ADUs for plan check before they have a project site. So this would result in a pre-approved design, which we'll be posting on our website once they make it through plan check. At that point, any interested resident or member of the public who wants to build these can peruse through our selection of approved ADUs on the website and take advantage of utilizing those pre-approved designs. The goal here is to allow for faster processing time and cost reductions for the residents. If they're building an ADU, which can be replicable across the city and the plans can be replicable, the idea is that that would reduce costs and the processing time. We've already reviewed the engineering. We'll just be looking at site-specific issues once they submit their site plan. So we have 8 ADUs which are going through this process right now, ranging from about 300 to 1,100 square feet. And we are anticipating getting the first ones up on the city website in the next month or two. So this, the ordinance, it was published in the Daily Pilot back on March 1st, and staff has determined that the ordinance is exempt per SEQA. So with that, I recommend that the council find that the project is exempt from the provisions of SEQA and to introduce for first reading the ordinance.
All right,
Yes.
Council, I see Councilmember Gameros has a question.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. It was very comprehensive. A couple of questions I'd like to start out with. Let's go back to slide 12 when we're talking about pre-approved ADU designs. Once the 8 that you are talking about get approved, is that going to close the window, or is there going to be other opportunities? Is it an unlimited? Can makers and builders just keep coming and bringing them in, kind of a forever thing once they get approved?
Excellent question. This is available in forever. If anybody wants to submit their ADU designs, they're welcome to. They would pay plan check fees, so we can cost recover that. And then once they get approved, they would be posted online. The only issue is that the California Building Code, every 3 years, it does, there's alterations, and at that point, all of the approved ADUs would have to go through a second round of review to make sure that it is compliant with the current building code.
Okay, so if a manufacturer of an ADU is already pre-approved to the state, would that fast track them to the pre-approval process with the city?
Yes.
Yes, it would? Okay, that's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, let's open it up to the public.
Oh, Mayor, I had some questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to ask.
From the ceiling.
Yes, no. God has a question. All right. Councilmember Reynolds. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. I didn't say one question, right? I think I have questions.
Questions, yeah.
I see Councilmember Marr getting a snack as I prepare my questions. Okay, so thank you for the presentation. I understand that I think the overall purpose for this ordinance update is to incorporate some additional state law changes. I'm curious, given the volume of ADUs that we have processed today, and I'm really happy to see those numbers. I think it's great housing opportunities. Are we incorporating any feedback we've gotten from residents or builders through that process?
So the city, we're always discussing projects with contractors and developers, and we do take that feedback as it comes. And in terms of this iteration of the ordinance, I mean, we've had public comments, which we've incorporated into the ordinance, and we've tried to make this as collaborative a process as possible.
Okay, do we have a other than the sort of project by project conversations, do we have a mechanism, or have we done a sort of a broader ask to say, hey, we're doing an ordinance update? Are there any specific recommendations that would make our process simpler, more flexible, incorporate ideas residents have had and wish they could do, but were barred by previous ordinance?
Hi, Councilmember Reynolds. This is Anna McGill, Advanced Planning Manager. We've tried to start that process a little bit more in depth on the pre-approved ADUs. So the architects and contractors that we've met with, we've had some in-depth meetings with them as we were setting up the program. You know, what's the likelihood that folks are going to use this program? What are you seeing? Is it more likely that residents will want something bespoke, or is something, you know, is a faster process more beneficial to them? So they gave us some really great feedback, and that really helped us kind of set the parameters for our program. We've also had, as part of that program, really collaborative architects and contractors who have been willing to share with us their portfolio of ADUs and have invited us to comment and provide feedback. And so we've done that with the ones that have been submitted. Hey, can you submit a range of floor sizes and do a studio plus a 1-bedroom plus a 2-bedroom so that folks have options? So we've started to get that feedback on the pre-approved, and hopefully that gives us some good direction just across the board on ADUs as well.
All right, thank you. Another broad question. In our housing element, I'm not going to remember which program number it is, but we have a program around fee reduction or other incentives for the construction of affordable units. And I'm curious if we've had discussions as part of this ADU process on whether or how we can incentivize affordable based on, what are the rents going to be, construction and commitment to creating and maintaining an ADU as an affordable rental.
Hi, Councilmember Reynolds. This is Carrie Tai, Development Services Director. Just to address your question, one of the key differences and incentives for affordable units certainly is, a reduction of fees in certain ways. Those are typically offered to covenanted or deed restricted affordable units. One of the challenges with organically affordable or just circumstantially affordable, which is, for example, if you're surveying, in the case of the ADUs, if you're surveying in a community where ADUs are often rented out by parents to their children at a discounted rate, and you survey that and extrapolate it, you end up with an affordable rate, but not necessarily restricted. And what that means is, when that property is sold, the circumstance changes and could very well accelerate to market rate. So certainly the city can create a program that incentivizes a deed-restricted, affordable type unit in exchange for some sort of financial incentive. But so far, the affordability of ADUs has happened to be, simply what the rents are charging, or they're affordable by size, not necessarily income qualified. So I would say that in terms of that program, we haven't fully developed it to a deed-restricted type ADU, but that's not to say that that we couldn't talk about that. So I hope that sheds some light on what's going on right now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's helpful, and that's where my mind was, is the deed restricted approach, similar to how we would look at affordable units in a different type of development. I'm recalling, I don't think we had the data, but I'm recalling a California statewide study that did do analysis of how ADUs are being built. And I think it was a smaller percentage than what we had hoped had truly affordable rental rates. So I'll follow up with that. I appreciate there may be challenges to enforcing that as well. Okay, a few ordinance specific questions on I want to make sure I have the right understanding here. On page 2 of 12 of the ordinance, there's discussion about which the land use matrix and where ADUs are and aren't allowed. In my district, in the southwest corner of my district, we have quite a bit of residential, single family homes, some lots that have multiple homes, but they're in areas that are actually zoned industrial. It's just these are homes that I think were built before the city built a land use matrix. And I'm curious, would those homes be allowed, owners of those lots that are in zoned industrial, but where there is residential now, are they allowed to build ADUs, or are they not allowed based on this ordinance?
So as you read, ADUs are allowed in any residential or mixed-use zones. Most of West Side Costa Mesa does fall within mixed-use overlays. I think we would have to get interpretation from the city attorney's office if a mixed-use overlay would be considered a mixed-use zone. But I think once we had any interpretation from the attorney's office, we could go with that.
Okay, and something to follow up on. On page 10 of 12 of the ordinance, I guess this is the marked up ordinance. In section 10, I have a few questions about the exterior stairways. We have language here, and this was original language about the exterior stairway must not be visible from the public right-of-way. And then at the very end of that section, new construction balconies are not that are not facing the front of the property or a side street are prohibited. So I was trying to visualize that, and it does feel a little bit restrictive. Can you tell me one sort of how strict we are in this? Because I think cannot be visible can be interpreted a lot of different ways. So how we implement these rules, and if it is something that has created a barrier for some construction.
Great question. So in terms of the exterior stairwells, we haven't received much pushback in regards to the placement of exterior stairs. Typically what happens is they put the stairs on the interior of the lot, so in between the main house and, say, the ADU over the garage. And that hasn't really resulted in any pushback from residents per se. A lot of cases, people also just incorporate the stairs into the building, so it's no longer exterior, they're internal stairs. In terms of the balcony, the intent of this section, having the balconies at the front of the property or along a side street, was to reduce any privacy impacts for neighboring properties. If a second-story ADU is built right next to someone's yard and they put a balcony on it looking over the yard, I'm sure we would receive a lot of complaints about that. So the balconies, it's not really touched in the government code at all. So the city's approach to protecting the privacy of neighboring properties was to require that it be either facing the front street or a side street.
Thank you. I can't find where the language is, but I thought I remember reading that landings could be like a stairway landing could be on the side, and that we had an approach to screening. Oh, it is in that first paragraph, that we would just use screening materials to protect any of those views. And so it seems like a different standard for a stairway landing and a balcony. Am I interpreting that correctly?
I think so. And I think the use of the stairways and landings, we require that it be the minimum code size allowed by the building code. And that's more intended to make it so it's not that hangout space. The balconies is more of a place where you have your coffee, your chairs, whatever it is. So that's why they were approached differently.
Okay, I understand the difference. You wouldn't have furniture up on a stairway landing, for example. Okay. Oh, and this is just a clarifying question. So the last one here on page 11 in section 12, I think this is the section where we used to have requirements that are now recommendations due to changes in state law. So section 12B on driveways, the language says the driveway may only be removed if, and so on. And that sounds to me like very definitive language. I just want to make sure that that section is only a recommendation. It is not a requirement. I think the language suggests it's a hard and fast rule.
Yeah, it is a recommendation at this point. Yeah, it's permissive for people to do it, so it would be acceptable.
So it might
either way.
be an opportunity for some language cleanup there.
Okay.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, let's open it up to the public comment. Anybody from inside the chambers?
I only learned about ADUs.
Hold on, why don't you just take your time. We'll make your mic hot.
I learned about ADUs today, and one of the questions I have, since an ADU is like a separate household, what about, do they require an address so that they have mail, police, fire, EMTs if they need to be called?
So,
or does it go directly to the main house? So you're disturbing the first house for a response for the second house?
so we don't have a dialogue back and forth, so.
Oh,
do you have any,
okay.
do you
Well,
have anything else?
that was my
That's your
question.
Appreciate it, thank you. Anyone else, anybody on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
Yes, phone number ending in 613, please.
613, you have the floor.
Yeah, good evening. As I listen to this presentation, I'm curious why we have a city council at all. It seems like the state has determined what the city does, and they don't understand that we are a community of single-family residents. The more I think about what the supermajority of Democrats have done to this state in terms of development, I believe more and more and more that this is a long-term play. That if we make California as dense as possible everywhere, it will forever be a blue state. And I don't think that this is genuine in solving a housing crisis, which there's not a housing crisis. I've mentioned to Councilmember Chavez that there is affordable housing. It's just not where he wants to live. Not everybody gets to live where they want. And it's a shame to see that single-family residents are going to turn into 4-unit fourplexes. Now, I have an ADU, and in some sense I might sound like a hypocrite, but the neighborhood I live in, my streets wedged between apartment complexes and industrial units, and I'm on the corner. So my ADU, to a great extent, to me, has minimal impact on my neighbors. You know, I took very great care not to put large windows where you could look into the neighbor's yard. You know, I think that needs to be an objective standard as well. You know, not just the balcony, but views from the windows. You know, make sure that you can't see directly into a neighbor's yard. I think that's insanely important, not just from the balcony, but from the window. But again, back to my point, the Democratic Party will have successfully destroyed the character of California. Hell-bent on making this a blue state forever. And it's a shame that the California, the most beautiful state in the country, which is its most desirable state to live in, and it's understandable that it's expensive, is going to be destroyed through these housing mandates set by the state. And again, what's the point of having a city council when it doesn't matter what the will of the people who elect the city council represent? We can't do anything because the state will put their thumb on us. I do want to say kudos to Huntington Beach for standing up to this fascist state where do as I say. But it's just sad to see. It's not going to solve a fake housing crisis. It's going to destroy California. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark Vucevic, please.
Mark Vucevic, you have the floor.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for taking up this item. You know, I just wanted to continue to express, support for housing and a support for housing affordability within the city of Costa Mesa and the state of California. We're in a really deep housing crisis that I think continues to hamper our state's economy. That is really, you know, I think our city is suffering the impact of. And I guess one of the things that is sort of true about the previous speaker's comments is that that's right. There are places in the United States that have a plethora of housing that make it an affordable place to live. But those areas are not jobs and economic centers. There are so many jobs in Costa Mesa, frankly, in Los Angeles and our urban areas as well. And yet there's not enough housing to support those jobs. So I'm going to kind of riff off the previous speaker. You're right. If Costa Mesa has two ways of solving this housing crisis, either build more housing or destroy our economy, remove every job that's in Costa Mesa that makes this a desirable place to live. And we will bring affordability here in terms of the housing stock, because no one's going to want to live in Costa Mesa anymore. So I think those are the two options ahead of us. And so, I want to make sure my comments are germane to this item. I continue to appreciate the city trying to push forward the ADU laws and make sure that they're in conformity with state laws. I think that's a proactive thing to do in terms of making sure that our city is not in sort of legal jeopardy in discordance with state requirements. And I would actually ask our city to kind of go further and think about what else can we do to facilitate ADUs in California and Costa Mesa. This is a fantastic way to further landowners' rights and property owners who have property, who may want to do something with it, may want to build a home for their kids or their parents or their grandparents. And doing this, I think, is a righteous thing to do. So I appreciate the time, Council. Thank you so much.
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Right, close public comment. Can we please get a motion?
I'll move.
Mayor, I can't hit a button, but I'd be happy to move the item.
Okay, what, you want to do that?
I'll give Reynolds a second.
Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem's he's been making all the motions today. So a motion by Councilmember Reynolds and seconded by, hold on one second.
My move would be to move the item with follow-up from the city attorney on my first question about ADU opportunities in the zones I mentioned, which I think are industrial zoned, but I think it was the mixed use overlay question.
Second.
Also, Councilmember, the cleanup, I thought you made some good points about how some of the stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah, some of the stuff that was supposed to be permissive was really written as mandatory. So would you add that, and then they can clean that up too?
And let's review and clean up the language in section 12 to make clear what is mandatory and what is a recommendation.
Second concurs.
Okay. So, Councilmember Reynolds, it's your motion, so you have the floor to discuss your motion.
Yeah, very briefly, well, I'll try briefly. Really appreciate staff's work on this item. I'm happy to see the interest in ADUs is evidenced by the number of permits going through the city. And really appreciate staff bringing back several updates for us, incorporating both law changes, but also feedback that you get from the community through that direct experience. There are, just to address some of the comments received, there are, we didn't discuss them tonight, but in the ordinance, protections on views from second stories. There is a requirement for a separate address. There is an owner occupancy requirement in many cases, and I think that's important so that we're not creating a situation where homes are purchased expanded with multiple units and then becomes a larger multi-rental property. This is really expanded opportunities for homeowners to use their property in the way they'd like to, by creating an ADU for a family member, by creating an ADU to rent out and create some rental income. I think it's a really popular, low impact way to add affordable units to our community. Really appreciate staff's work on the pre-approved ADU designs. I'm excited to see those come out. I think that will further enhance opportunities for Costa Mesa residents. And I encourage us to, in the future, explore other incentives or ways to encourage the construction of units that are dedicated to affordable rental units. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything from the second?
Real briefly, I want to appreciate Councilman Reynolds' deep dive approach and going into the minutiae and the weeds of how can we become more expeditious in this effort. And I just want to quickly add that I agree with her, but the goal really has to be how can we make it more quicker and easier to build housing in Costa Mesa. ADUs are really unique because it gives homeowners in Costa Mesa opportunity to look at their property and see how can I maximize this for my family, for my pocketbook, while also meeting a need in the city. So I want to echo and appreciate Mr. Booker's challenge about us being more proactive about how we can be more efficient, be quicker, make it easier for residents who want to build ADUs to do so. Because we've already noticed and seen that it's not really causing a big impact in neighborhoods. And if anything, it's giving our own residents an opportunity to leverage their property for what they may see best for their families and community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting the motion. I do just want to add on, I'm so glad that we have the standard ADUs to pick from. That was something I talked about like 5 years ago when we first started talking about ADUs. It was like, well, we got to get through this first step. We got to get the new state law incorporated. And then there was more new state law that we had to get incorporated. So I'm so glad we're there. That will be so helpful to people. The only thing that I would add is just some additional clarity too around like what people can expect in terms of timelines. If we do have it pretty rote, then can we kind of what the permit fees are so people have a sense of that? I think, you know, when we're talking about big development projects, as we will here in a second, like there is so much uncertainty around the financing and the budget and the changing cost of materials over time and the impact of inflation and tariffs. When you dial that down to a homeowner, it's even scarier to embark on spending hundreds of thousands of dollars for something like this. And so to the extent that we can provide any level of certainty, estimates, ballparks, I think would go a long ways. It's not just about like how steep is the roof line. It's also about like what is it actually going to take out of my pocketbook to make this happen. So would appreciate any additional clarity that you can provide folks there. Thank you.
Good comment. I agree. Any other comments before we call for the question? Okay, let's call for the question by a voice vote.
Councilmember Pettis?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Bewley?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, let's take a, good job. Thank you, everybody. Okay, let's take a 15-minute break and come back at 15 minutes. That gets us to like 42, I think. Is that 42? Is that right? No, it's not. 38? All right. All right, 38. 838. Oh, hey. So we're back on the record at 8:38. And so we're going to do a public hearing item number 2. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
This is Affordable Housing Disposition and Development Agreement and Ground Lease, subdivision of the subject property into 2 parcels and master plan with density bonus for the development of a 70-unit senior affordable multifamily residential project located on a portion of the senior center parking lot at 695 West 19th Street. Presentation by Mr. Mendez, Senior Planner.
Mr. Mendez, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens and council members. My name is Victor Mendez, Senior Planner with Community Development. The item before you tonight is a senior affordable residential project located at 695 West 19th Street. The property is located within the 19th West Urban Plan and is the current site of the Costa Mesa Senior Center. The applicant for the proposed project is Jamboree Housing Corporation. So here's a brief background on the proposed project. In 2008, the City of Costa Mesa included senior housing in the 4th cycle in the housing element. Subsequently, in 2016, and also in the 5th cycle, we included the senior housing as part of this site in our housing element. In July 2020, the City Council approved a exclusive negotiated agreement with Jamboree Housing to explore affordable housing on a portion of the senior center's parking lot identified in the city's housing element. The conceptual plan at the time was for a 2 to 3 story building with 60 affordable senior housing units. Although the initial ENA expired in 2022, Jamboree and the city staff continued to collaborate on refining the project. In February of last year, the City Council endorsed the project's progress and recommended exploring increased density. In December 2024, the Planning Commission recommended that the City Council approve the project, and last month, the option to lease agreement was extended to April 30th of next month. Now we are here today to present the requested entitlement for the project as we move forward to bringing affordable housing to this site. So again, the project is located in the 19th West Urban Plan, which allows for development of residential projects. Over 30 years ago, the City Council directed staff to move forward with a conceptual plan for senior center and senior housing development. Initially, the vision included 46 units of senior housing. However, that plan was set aside due to a lack of funding. With the 2008 general plan update, the senior center site was identified in the housing element as a potential location for 60 affordable housing units. Located at the southeast corner of West 19th Street and Pomona Avenue, this 2.6 acre corner lot offers a great opportunity for senior housing. The senior center building would remain as is and no changes are proposed. A proportion of the existing surface lot would be developed with a new senior affordable housing building. To entitle and execute the proposed project, the following requests must be approved by the City Council. First is a tentative parcel map, followed by a master plan with density bonus, the affordable housing agreement and affordable housing plan, the disposition and development agreement, ground lease, and city financial assistance. The proposed tentative parcel map subdivides the existing 2.66 acre city-owned property into 2 parcels. Parcel 1 will include the existing senior center building. Parcel 2 will accommodate the new senior housing project and most of the existing parking lot. Before moving on to the next slide, I'd like to highlight that this updated map for the council's attention. So staff added an easement note to ensure that the city maintains access to parking and public use throughout the project site, as highlighted in yellow. As part of the staff recommendation, the Planning Commission included this update in their recommendation to the City Council. So the master plan establishes the overall development for the residential project. As you can see from this slide, the architecture is a Spanish Revival. The proposed maximum height is 57 feet and 6 inches with balconies and large big windows. The project proposes 35 low-income and 34 very low-income units for seniors. The development is proposed with one driveway on 19th Street and 2 driveways on Plumer Street. All parking spaces are available. However, the roll-up gates controlling access to the covered or podium parking spaces will remain open during Senior Center business hours for use by Senior Center visitors, residents of the development, and guests. The gates will be closed after business hours. Residents of the development and city employees will be provided with key fobs to access the gates when needed. The next few slides, I'm going to walk you through each floor plan. So in response to City Council's feedback in February, the applicant moved most of the amenities to the ground floor to accommodate more units on the upper floors. So we went from 60 units originally in February to now 70 units. The ground floor also screens the podium parking from West 19th Street and includes public-facing front door and large windows to enhance the pedestrian experience. A total of 133 parking spaces will be provided, with 59 spaces within the podium parking and 74 spaces in the surface parking lot. The proposed building includes 68 units consisting of 1 bedroom units ranging from 566 to 614 square feet and 2 two-bedroom units at 855 square feet. The second level houses would consist of 24 residential units with amenities including a laundry room, fitness, library room, and a pet spa. The third floor will include 26 residential units, and the third floor would contain 20 units with a reduced footprint. So now shifting focus. The project is a density bonus project under both state density bonus law and the Costa Mesa Municipal Code. All units except the manager's units will be affordable to lower income households. The project proposes 35 low-income and 34 very low-income units for seniors. While Jamboree is not proposing to increase the number of units, they are requesting 4 concessions that are allowed under state density bonus law. This law entitles 100% affordable projects to request up to 5 concessions and an unlimited number of waivers to help facilitate the development of affordable housing. The requested concessions include a reduction of open space requirement to approximately 5%, a residential open space reduction to approximately 169 square feet per unit, a front setback reduction to 6 inches, and a 0 additional width for parking spaces adjacent to a column are necessary to ensure the project's feasibility while providing vital housing for low-income seniors. As I mentioned before, there's going to be 133 parking spaces on site, including 59 spaces within the podium structure, 74 parking spaces located in the surface parking lot. So out of the 59 spaces within the podium parking, a maximum of 40 parking spaces will be assigned for the residential development. Then the remaining 19 spaces would accommodate the senior center users. There will be roll-up aluminum grill gates at 3 entrances of the podium structure. They'll be installed for security purposes and will be open during senior center business hours and closed after senior center business hours. So in response to parking impacts, parking studies confirm adequate availability for both the senior center and housing project, supplemented by a parking management plan to optimize use and mitigate overflow concerns during peak times or special events. Regarding construction access, Jamboree has coordinated a comprehensive construction parking and access plan, including temporary off-site parking, valet, and shuttle services to minimize disruptions to the senior center. There would also be a partnership with FC Parking, a certified parking professional company. In terms of the construction phasing plan, the project is anticipated to take 22 months. We recognize that the construction will affect how members use the senior center temporarily. So Jamboree has put together a comprehensive construction parking management plan. This will ensure parking remains available throughout the construction with off-site solutions and valet services specifically for seniors. So to address the impact of the construction on the senior center parking, they developed a plan to ensure that all available activities through construction phases will be available. In addition, Jamboree has worked with nearby businesses such as Smart and Final and the property owners of Lighthouse Church to explore potential off-site parking solutions. The plan includes shuttle vans and again, valet services focus on ADA compliance, security, and a clear wayfinding signage. So the city recently adopted an affordable housing ordinance which applies to any residential development with 50 or more units. The project includes 70 residential units, all except one on-site manager unit will be affordable to lower income units with a mix of 30% and 60% of the area median income. These units will remain affordable for a minimum of 55 years. As part of this project, the Affordable Housing Agreement will be integrated into the Disposition and Development Agreement to be considered by the City Council. So in terms of the financing aspect of the development agreement, the project does include a 99-year ground lease with a 55-year reopener option. Affordability terms require Jamboree to maintain the property and coordinate with the senior center, ensuring priority housing for the Costa Mesa residents, and mandates city approval of key management services plans. The city of Costa Mesa is offering significant support in terms of financing in several key ways. First, the city is providing a ground lease for the use of city land at just $1 per year, a highly favorable arrangement that minimizes initial cost. The city is also deferring and waiving approximately $700,000 in city permit and development impact fees. These fees will be repaid as a loan. Finally, the city is offering the potential use of $1.5 million in home funds, which would be provided through a competitive application process. If approved, these funds will be issued as a loan, which will also be repaid over time. The project meets the tentative parcel map findings as the subdivision aligns with the general plan and 19th West urban plan supporting affordable senior housing and residential density. The project meets the master plan findings by aligning with the general plan and the 19th West urban plan by providing affordable housing for low-income seniors. And the project meets density bonus findings by qualifying for 5 incentives and waivers, providing 100% affordable senior housing and requesting essential concessions to the financial feasibility, aligning with the general plan. The Planning Commission recommends that the City Council find that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA. You approve the DDA, AHA, and ground lease, and approve the master plan with density bonus and the tentative parcel map. Additionally, city staff recommends that the city council approve the proposed city financial assistance. And before staff concludes my presentation, I just want to make an announcement that the city attorney's office does have some updates in regards to the agreements.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council.
Yes.
Thank you. We did have a couple of issues that we were still ironing out. We did some minor revisions to language in the ground lease and in the other documents today relating to some indemnification clarification and relating to the need to find replacement units or spaces for replacement units in the event that there was a need to increase the rent due to loss of subsidies. That has all been resolved. That will be what you're approving tonight if you move forward. Thank you.
Hey, as long as you're, you have your mic on, I've just got a quick question. So on the loan of the home funds, so these are federal funds that come in.
Yes.
And it's competitive. They get a grant. I mean, how can we condition that on repayment in the sense that it's the federal government's money, we give it out, if they pay it back, then don't we have to, you know, whenever it is, and we don't have the terms here, but let's say in 10 years, hypothetically, they pay us back, then aren't we obligated by the federal grant that we received to then give that money out to somebody else, or what would we do with it? We can't.
Yes, we are, and it's not uncommon for us to do sometimes grants, sometimes loans, but when we do loans with home funds, when they come back to us, we basically reuse them, and we do a new project. We might do affordable housing, we might do first-time home buyer. There are many uses that we can make of those funds.
I see. So our use of the repayment of the loan is restricted, but we can have them repay it.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask
Yeah, of course.
a follow-up question about that, though?
Yeah.
With the potential risk of loss of federal funds, is the agreement written such that if we were to not be awarded home funding, that the project would seek that 1.5 million some other way?
Yeah, the loan, the potential for home funding is just a potential. It's not guaranteed. The developer, Jamboree, knows that it's a competitive loan. They are actively working on other funding sources, and I'm sure that they can speak more to that. But we know that there's the potential loss of these funds. I think both the city and Jamboree would be interested in locating whatever sources of funding are available to move the project forward.
And those funds are awarded to the city, they're not reimbursed?
Correct.
That's correct.
Yes, and so the 1.5 million is currently in our fund balance. We actually have those funds in hand. So it's not a future allocation of home funds.
Got it, okay, I feel better, thank you.
Yeah, good point.
For clarifying that.
All right, we've just been asking a lot of questions. Anybody, council, do you want to ask questions? Staff, anybody? Okay, that's good. Do we, so you're.
Councilmember Bewley here.
Oh, yeah, council members. Of course.
I'll go next.
Yes.
Is this time for us to ask questions, or is there going to
Yeah,
be a presentation by Jamboree, or we're
Well, that's
just pivoting off your
that's a
initial
good
questions?
that's a good question. Can we ask questions now, or is Jamboree going to make a presentation or not?
They're not making a presentation.
Okay, they're not. So I heard your voice first, Councilmember Bewley, so you get to go first, then we'll go to Councilmember Reynolds.
Okay, so you guys bear with me a little bit. Obviously, it looks like, and first thank staff and Jamboree and prior council who have been working on this project. It looks for some time, and it is pretty impressive. It looks like I really like the architectural drawings, and I appreciate city planner meeting with Councilmember Pettis and myself and bringing us up to speed on a lot of this. So the project itself looks, looks very good. It helps us hit our affordable housing numbers, our arena housing element compliance. It's at a location that's been identified apparently since the 90s, and then 2008 most recently, or the most distant past. So all that's good. I was looking through the meaty contract documents, and just a couple questions. One kind of unrelated to the contract documents, and a question that I've kind of posed at different times to city manager and a few of the other staff. But so the city's got this 2.66 acre plot over on 19th Street, and we are effectively, I know it's a leasehold, but for $1 a year. And it just puzzled me, and I haven't been in this process uh, the entire time. But what were the considerations, if any, as to why not just sell these parcels to a private developer with the various restrictions, and that it be used for a senior center, and with a city that's distressed financially in the very recent past, and it's come to our knowledge just recently. Why have we not considered that at the outset back in 2020, I guess, when we entered into the exclusive negotiating contract with Jamboree?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I think I can address
Arlo,
that.
yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Bewley, thank you for the question. We are restricted in many ways about what we can do or how we can dispose of property. If we are going to dispose of it as surplus property and put it up for bid, we really don't have an opportunity to restrict it to particular uses. In this case, because it was city-owned land and it was identified for such a long period of time as a housing opportunity, and we had put another project up for proposal in the years prior to this ENA. The only proposer that we received on that project was Jamboree. And when the senior center site then began to be revisited as an opportunity for senior housing, again, the only party that seemed interested was Jamboree. People were not building what the product that they were building, and specifically what we were looking for at that point in time. The laws in California allowed us to do an exclusive ENA so that we could get the best terms possible for the city, and we have worked very hard to do that. There were some changes to the surplus land use laws in the meantime, and some clarifications that made this project possible. It's not really surplus land. It's land that the city has targeted for, as you say, decades, to be developed specifically for this purpose. And with this long-term lease and a qualified, quality developer like Jamboree, it gives us the opportunity in 100 years, when none of us are here anymore, to have the city take over the project if it becomes necessary.
Okay. And just to follow up on that, so Jamboree seemed to be the only interested potential developer at the time that these were put out to see if there's any interest. Was the offer or the proposal submitted that it was strictly for nonprofit organizations, or it just so happens that the one entity showing interest was Jamboree, this nonprofit?
No, anybody that would develop affordable housing would have been able to apply. There aren't a lot of for-profit affordable housing developers, especially for seniors, but we don't discriminate on the basis of for-profit or nonprofit status. What we were looking for was a good project and the best deal for the city.
Okay. Okay, thanks. And then my other bit of questions, I've appreciated, I've mentioned to both Kimberly staff and some council members, if there was an opportunity for the city, because I look at us as being a partner with Jamboree on this deal. And if in the event they find some additional revenue stream, that potentially the city make sure that we share in that. And along those lines, I'd asked you guys to look into It's my understanding, it's not uncommon in this affordable housing development space, if you will, that after the project is completed and is successfully run and operated properly, there's typically an ability to refi the project, pay off the firsts, and for a more common term, pull equity out of the deal. And I just wanted to be certain that we had an opportunity to share in any excess refi proceeds. And I got some information back, and I just had a few questions in that regard. So ground lease, I'm going to go there first. On page 4, section 3.12, it does provide the city will receive additional rent. And again, I thank city attorney, city manager for getting me this information in the relatively short window we had here. So I start there, and it appears that that's where, if there is a refi and there are excess funds, the ground lease provides that that can be passed to the city through additional rent. Am I right so far?
Yes, you are. If it would be helpful to the members of the council, I can explain the revenue sharing feature of all of the documents. But yes, the ground lease provides for any what we would call additional receipts or refinanced excess proceeds to be split with the city. It's a 50-50 split. That's after all the other loans and so forth are paid off. There are other provisions for residual receipts coming to the city in the form of loan payments that are in the Affordable Housing and Development Disposition Agreement.
Yeah. And I want to stay on that because, yeah, and you kind of answered somewhat. Then I get down to 3.1.2.3, and here's where the city's going to have to bear with me and my attorney background. But it says, the city does share in this additional rent to get an applicable percentage of net refi proceeds. And then you have to go to the note to find out the applicable percentage, and that's where we find that we get 50%. And that sounds pretty good, that 50% of any net proceeds out of net refi proceeds. But the question I've got when I get into the definition of net refi proceeds, I ask myself 50% of what? Because the definition of net, bear with me. It's actually on the promissory note where we have all the definitions. The first page is numbered, and then there aren't numberings on the following pages, but the third page in. So we get 50% of the net refi proceeds. And the first part make a lot of sense. Just the closing cost for the refi, obviously that comes out. The replacement loan, that gets paid off. And then there's deductions of amounts repaid. And D, E, F. The most important one I'm looking at is subletter I. So you get the refi proceeds, you pull all the costs and everything out of it. And then before we get 50%, amounts paid to acquire or redeem the interest of borrower's limited partner. What do you understand that to be?
Well, we don't have the limited partnership agreement, but we do understand that that there is a limited partnership. The limited partners are purely investors. They have priority over us in terms of the loans as part of this deal. But I'm going to ask the Jamboree representative to come on up and introduce herself and explain to you the arrangement with limited partners.
Yes, Kelsey, you have the floor. Oh, hold on one second, sorry.
There we go. Okay. I mean, I'm pretty loud, so you can usually hear me. Tish,
Yeah.
you got to come up here with me.
You need a mic.
So, great question. Unfortunately, it requires us to go a little bit into the history of the tax credit program. When we say investors, I think a lot of times what comes to mind is the idea of what you would find in the typical for-profit real estate environment. Investors mean something very specific when we're talking about the low-income housing tax credit program. The LIHTC program was created in the 80s as a bipartisan agreement between Tip O'Neill and President Reagan to address some of the unintended consequences from tax reform, which led to a decrease in the production of multifamily housing. As part of that agreement, they wanted to create a program that was efficient from a government standpoint. The way that they accomplished that was by creating a public-private partnership. The private part of it is a requirement that the banks be many of the limited investors and partnerships on these deals. And so when we talk about our investment partner, we're not talking about necessarily like a rich individual. We're talking about U.S. Bank, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, who have Community Reinvestment Act requirements that require them to participate in programs like the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program. So that's background. And then as a way of answering your direct question about where you kind of fall in that re-syndication process, that's all very standard language that we include in all of our ground leases, all of our affordable housing agreements, because we have to. If we didn't have that language in there that our investors are paid back as part of that re-syndication process, we would never be able to bring them in as initial partners. And Tish is our Senior Vice President of Development, so she is the expert on all of that, and so I'll let her correct anything that I said wrong.
That's good.
Hi, I'm Tish Kelly. So it's totally accurate. The one thing I would say is that the repayment to investors is not actually repaying them for the equity that they're putting into the project. It's actually just repayment of exit taxes. So they, as the investor enters the project, they price a price to go with the tax credit that they're actually purchasing, and then they size it to a yield on the back end, and then we have to watch the capital accounts on the back end. This is what the investors do. This is all they do is invest and then watch their capital accounts over a 15-year period of time. And if those capital accounts go negative, and that has to do with the minimum gains and losses of the project, and how that is being thrown off year over year, depreciation, and then interest rates and all sorts of stuff with the financing. And then at the end of the day, when we go to exit the investor, which we have to do at year 15, that's standard, the investor has no interest in owning a real estate asset. They're just in it to purchase the losses and the depreciation. To offset their losses. And so then at the end of the day, if there are exit taxes that are calculated based on the capital account structure, then we are on the hook as the managing general partner. We are on the hook to pay those exit taxes to release the investor.
Yeah, let me follow up. There's a lot there, and I'm not a financial expert. I'm a contract trial attorney. But here's my question. Because I look at that and just plain language, it makes me think of a limited partner in a large entity. Usually you give a limited partner a management control and a 2-3% interest in the entity. And as I read that, and it sounds like what I picked up in what you were just saying, you may have corrected my thought, but let me put it out there. My concern was we do a refi, and I'm just going to pull a wild number. There's $3-4 million in excess dollars when we get around to do the refi. That's after paying all the prior obligations under this net refinance proceeds. And now we got a pool of $3-4 million. And before the city gets 50% share in that, this limited partner has to be bought out, the way I read it, redeemed or acquired. They can't, it sounds like, and confirm for me if I'm wrong, it's not an arm's length transaction at that point. It's a formula that is entered into to cover this limited partner's exit taxes, if you will. I just don't want to find us, it seems to have put a great deal of discretion, the way I read that language, in the hands of the limited partner to demand their price. Tell me where I'm wrong on that.
No, I'm sorry. I think, correct me if I didn't hear you correctly. The price for the investor limited partner to exit is strictly formulaic. It's not appraised. It's not anything like that. It is strictly formulaic. And you can find that formula in tax code. That's pretty much as far as I can take it.
Yeah, let me add to that,
okay.
Councilmember Bewley, that we, as part of our close of transaction, we will get the partnership agreement, we will review it, we will ensure that there's nothing in there that would undermine or change the discussion that we're having tonight, that there's no secret limited partner or no secret benefit that they're going to get different from what the tax code provides.
And then, I guess we'll spend a little more time on this. It sounds like the buyout, the exit taxes that they'd be responsible for are tied into their capital account value and some other formulas. Is there an ability to play with those capital accounts, or again, is this full disclosure and we're going to have a good understanding at the time of this closing what the anticipated buyout's going to be?
Yes. So when we price out projects at the beginning with the investor, we do have a forecast, and it is everyone's intent that the capital accounts do not go negative. And so that's first and foremost, is nobody wants that to happen. Secondly, if we have our asset management team in our office that monitors the ongoing over the life of the project, those 15 years, is ongoing managing those capital accounts on, usually we'll start around like year 7 or 8 or something like that. We'll have an idea of the forecasting of what those capital accounts look like, and then we'll manage them or we'll monitor them later in the life cycle. And if we see that there is a risk of capital accounts going negative, we work with the investor to reallocate losses, and that's something that we work with the investor. We can't always stop it, but and capital account exits, the payments can range sometimes they're forgiven if they're low enough and we're a nonprofit and we work with really great partners. Sometimes they're not forgiven and they can be more, but it's not typically in the range of $3 million or something of that sort. So,
all right. Well, I appreciate that, and you made me feel more comfortable. I'm a trust but verify guy. I saw that in there, and you can understand the cynical side of me popped up. That you gave us a 50%. It looked like a very. I was appreciative of the 50% share and any excess refi proceeds that might be there, but then it seemed like in this provision it may have been taken away. So that you've clarified that for me, thank you for the 50% addition, and thanks for that clarification. Those are all the questions I've got for now.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes, thank you. First of all, beautiful project. I really enjoyed reviewing the final images, floor plans, and sites. I especially appreciate the incorporation of previous council and public comment, especially increasing the number of units and activating the ground floor. My questions are, I think, more about the public interface and circulation. So, and trees. So I'll start with trees. I think this is a question for staff. So I saw that there's a number of trees removed, a number of trees replaced. In all of the visuals, it looks like the trees that we'll be replacing are shade trees, which is great. I did find one mention of a palm tree, and I'm not sure how to turn this into a question. Are there any reasons that it has to be a palm tree?
Councilmember Reynolds, so the palm tree was just to make the continuous frontage consistent with what's out there. Again, that's not part of the project site. That's actually the city's public right-of-way. That's the only reason. It was just for a continuous facade of consistency on 19th Street.
Okay. Is it the applicant's responsibility to plant that tree, or is that ours?
It's the applicant.
It is. Okay. Is there any reason, I see everyone pointing to it now. Is there any, we found it. Is there any reason that cannot be a shade tree? I understand the sort of fitting into what is existing there, but this is a pedestrian priority area. We've got a pedestrian master plan that prioritizes shade trees. Any reason we can't put a shade tree there?
Yeah, I mean, we're more than happy to condition the project to remove that and add a canopy-like tree.
Thank you. Okay. My next question is related to sidewalks. I wasn't able to catch the right slide, so I'm looking at an image in attachment 15. I'm wondering if maybe you could pull up, if you have it, an aerial view of the ground floor, the site map. And what I want to make sure I understand is the plan for the sidewalks on the north and south of the property. And then I also have a question about one of the new sidewalks on the inside of the property.
Sure. Is this aerial fine?
Oh, you know what? I can't actually see it. I'm still, if you're showing it. Yeah, this should work. So the outsides of the property are a little bit fuzzy here. So I just want to make sure I understand. So along, if you're tracing that sidewalk on the north side of the property along 19th, if you see on the right side, there's that palm tree. But we see a landscaped buffer between the sidewalk and 19th Street. But if you're starting in the right corner and sort of moving to the left, it looks like that buffer goes away. I think that just might be a visual thing. Can you confirm if we will have a landscape buffer between the street and the sidewalk along 19th Street?
Yes, there will be.
There will be. Okay. So what it looks like on the right side of that image is extended all the way across. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
And then so if we flip down to the bottom, the south side, same question, although it looks like the buffer is on the inside. So there's a landscape buffer between the parked vehicles and the sidewalk. I'm sorry, the parked vehicles on the senior center lot and then the sidewalk. Is there a landscape buffer all the way across separating those parked vehicles?
Yeah, so from the street curb to the parking stall, there's a 10-foot setback. And closest to the parking stalls, there would be a 5-foot landscaping setback. It's difficult to see because it's ghosted out.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. No, I'm happy to hear that. Okay. So now I just want to move to the sidewalk along the south side of the building. Yeah, we'll see it along the south side of the building. There is a sidewalk in between the edge of the building and a row of parked cars. My question is, and this is based on some recent experience actually seeing sidewalks, seeing vehicles encroach onto sidewalks. It's probably just the fact that many vehicles are much bigger than they used to be. Do we have any plan for a barrier here or some way to protect the sidewalk space from any kind of vehicle encroachment? So like a hood, over a front hood overhanging, a curb that usually extends only a few inches off the ground.
Yeah, so great question. So we do have a condition of approval number 11 on page 25. We condition the project to have wheel stops, which would be 2 feet from the front edge of that parking space.
Okay, and that's what we see in standard parking lots, right? A wheel stop is just that concrete curb that's just a few inches off the ground, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, okay. Would there be a challenge? I'm just not sure that that's sufficient. I've seen just too many vehicles that overhang that. I don't know what the right infrastructure is. I could speculate. I don't want to, suggest something different necessarily here, not being an expert. What I do want to make sure is that we've got really strong ways to protect that sidewalk from encroachment. So is there a way we could just tighten up that condition to, require that the sidewalk is protected from encroachment?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be, sort of emphasizing the outcome as opposed to the infrastructure. Okay. Question about bike parking. I see this figure will work still. I see the note about bike racks on the sort of northwestern side of the building. And I appreciate that. I'm not sure if this is to scale enough to have an answer here, but it does look like there's an opportunity if there's a longer bike, an e-bike, for example, parked here, that could encroach into the sidewalk behind it. Do we know that there's enough space so that bikes parked at that bike rack will not encroach onto the sidewalk?
We could take a look at that condition and see if there'd be space for it, but we're open to modifying the condition to make sure that e-bikes are sufficient and don't encroach into the sidewalk.
Great, thank you. That would be important. I noticed we had marked this as a ADA accessible sidewalk too, so that any kind of encroachment there could create some challenges. Okay, and then is there any, I'm thinking about, and I think I saw him in the audience there, a Santa Bob, for example, one of our Costa Mesa residents who uses an e-bike as their primary form of transportation. If a resident who uses an e-bike as their primary form of transportation became a resident of this facility, is there any location for that resident to park their e-bike in a secure location where they know it would be safe and secure overnight?
There's no interior storage for bicycle parking. It's only outside.
Okay. Do we know with the design as is and conditions as is there anything that precludes incorporating secure bike parking in the future?
There might be room underneath the podium, but I'd probably have the applicant see if they're open or see if there's any room to accommodate that.
Hi. We'd be happy to take a look at it. It would just probably require us maybe losing a couple parking spaces to have it be interior, but no opposition to it.
Yeah, and I'd love to hear if you have any experience for the applicant in other facilities with residents who do have bikes or e-bikes who need that security.
Yeah, most of our properties where we do have folks that utilize e-bikes or regular bikes, we have some that are interior, but most of our bike parking is exterior to the building, and we don't tend to have any issues with it. But I do know that it's a priority for the city of Costa Mesa to provide that infrastructure, so we're happy to partner in whatever way to make that work, whether it's a combination of that interior or exterior as well, too.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I think in this location, we may need something more secure. And I really just want to make sure we don't have anything that prevents, exploring or incorporating that in the future. Okay, last question,
really
and this is
quickly-
related to that circulation again. So in attachment 15, page L4, I don't think you had this in the slides. There is a image that shows the routes of accessible circulation, and it distinguishes public circulation from private routes of circulation. And I really just wanted to understand from staff if there's any, like why we're distinguishing public versus private, considering that this is a, the senior center is a public property. I know many residents currently cut across the senior center parking lot to get from Plumer to 19th. So I just wanted to understand that distinction and sort of what it means practically to residents using these sidewalks.
Councilman Reynolds, this is Scott Drapkin, Assistant Director of Development Services. With regard to this exhibit, it really isn't a required plan sheet, however, it's included by the applicant. The purpose of it is just to show what the circulation is versus the public right-of-way versus what's on site. It's not really to distinguish between public or private per se, but more of what is accessed on the street and what is accessed through the property.
Okay, helpful. So there's no reason someone walking on that right of way couldn't cut across the senior center parking lot in front of the senior center like they might do today.
Yeah, absolutely not. In fact, there's easements that allow for it.
Perfect. Thank you. Those are my questions.
The loans, the one loan for 700,000 and the other potential loan for, I think, 1.5 million, are those going to be secured?
Mr. Mayor, yes. So we have an existing note and deed of trust as part of the package for the 700,000, and the home loan, if they are successful in achieving that, would also be secured either by the same trust deed or by a separate trust deed. It depends on the terms that we're required to include when we're dealing with federal funds.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question. Any other council members want to say, ask any questions? Okay. So we're going to hear from the public. So we're going to open up to public comment. Everybody gets 3 minutes. You don't have to take 3 minutes, but you're going to hear a beep at 2 minutes, and that's the signal to wrap it up. Yes, ma'am. Good to see you, Pastor.
Nice to see you too. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Christine Nolf, and I am a Costa Mesa resident, born and raised, and also have been participating in the Costa Mesa Affordable Housing Coalition for, well, I remember the 2008 housing element. So just really, really excited to see this project moving forward and here to show my support for this particular development at the Senior Center. Our coalition and personally, we've been advocating for affordable housing in Costa Mesa for a long time, and particularly at this site. And so just really celebrating that we as a city would use our own land for this and prioritize the land that we do have for affordable housing. So just wanted to thank you for that. And also mention that I live about 2 blocks from this project. I walk past here a lot, and just am looking forward to welcoming people to our neighborhood and glad to have this in our neighborhood. According to our Costa Mesa housing element, 40% of seniors in our community are renters, and 62% of our seniors are low or extremely low income. And so I feel that this project really is relevant to our particular community, and am glad to have it moving forward. And I'm just here tonight to urge you to adopt the recommendations of the staff and continue moving forward with this project. I was glad to see in the presentation some of the things that have been put in place during the construction. I do have a neighbor who's a senior who uses the senior center quite a bit, and she has expressed concern about the accessibility during the construction. So while I very much support this project, just wanted to thank you for those addressing those concerns in the presentation tonight, and I'll be able to share those with her. And then just kind of as a side, as I've been excited that kind of the whole night is about affordable housing, and I'm grateful for all the ways that we're moving forward, and just wanted to express that apart from what the city is doing and in collaboration, like this is an ongoing topic that I talk about with friends, church members, my neighbors. In our neighboring initiative, we are ongoingly looking at how do we personally leverage what we have to contribute to the affordable housing collective kind of push in our city. And so I just want to say that we're with you. We're looking at what we can do privately and personally, as well as continue to support the efforts of what the city is doing. So thank you for all your work on this.
Good evening.
Supervisor, you have the floor.
Thank you. Katrina Foley, County Supervisor, representing the 5th District, which includes Costa Mesa, where I live and was the mayor. And I want to first start by thanking our Costa Mesa Fire Department, because some of you may know that we lost my 98-year-old grandmother last week, and the fire department was so amazing for our family during the last month when we had to call them out quite a few times. So 98-year-olds need places to live, and we built an ADU in our backyard. So this is all topical here. I really am excited about this. 2008, I voted on having this site be housing at the senior center. 17 years later, here we are. Takes way too long, right? But in 2018, then council member John Stevens and I toured with Jamboree Housing, and we went around the city looking at potential opportunities, and we landed on the senior center as a potential. The council's approval tonight, hopefully, we can build 70 units of affordable senior housing. No parking spaces will be lost. Importantly, why am I here? Not just because I was excited about this in 2018 and 2008, but also the county's investing in this project. $13.5 million, $2.5 million from the Mental Health Service Act funds, $3.5 from our Orange County Housing Finance Trust, which I chair, $7.5 from the Continuum of Care, and importantly, 35 project-based vouchers. That's $2,300 a month payments for 55 years. So those are permanent, affordable units. Jamboree Housing has been a true partner for the County of Orange, and we're grateful that they continue to want to build affordable housing here in the county and in Costa Mesa. I want to give the community a little bit of insight into, we talk about these numbers, low income, very low income, extremely low income. 35 of the units will be for low-income seniors. A low-income senior can earn $88,400 a year. So those are people who are retired, maybe they're collecting Social Security and the pension, but they don't have any other income. Extremely low income, $33,150 a year. Again, these are people who are in our community, they've invested, they want to stay local, but they can't afford to live here. So let's get seniors into the senior center housing development. I appreciate the council's thoughtful approach to this project. I know the community will be grateful, so I respectfully request your votes tonight, and I hope it's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens and City Council. My name is Alejandro Santiago, and I'm here because I'm part of the United to End Homelessness team, which is part of an initiative of United County United Way. I'm here today to express my strong support for the housing development for seniors proposed near the Costa Mesa Senior Center. This new apartment community will help the region-wide effort to end the county's affordability housing and homelessness crisis by providing more housing options for our seniors. Low-income seniors often struggle to find housing in Orange County that they can afford. This is one reason why about 30% of the county's homelessness population is 55 or older. The location of this project fits well with the surrounding community. It will enhance the 19th Street corridor, and it will give some of our most vulnerable seniors a safe and stable place to call home. Jamboree Housing is an Orange County developer with a strong record of success that provides the confidence this development will become a point of pride in our city. Its in-house services team will ensure that each resident receives the support and the services that they need. Additionally, we at United to End Homelessness advocate for housing as the solution to end homelessness, and that affordable, stable housing is the building block to success. We're eager to be a resource to you in finding solutions to serve your entire community and to help educate and connect Costa Mesans to be a part of continuing the progress you've made so far. Thank you for your courageous leadership in supporting this housing development. Orange County United Way and United to End Homelessness are proud to support you in doing so and look forward to this development being an example to other communities across Orange County. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Steve McNally, and I'm a citizen of Costa Mesa. I'm also in Supervisor Foley's district. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm on an Orange County Behavioral Health Advisory Board, but my comments are my own. I only mention that because I'm very involved with mental illness and homelessness. So a couple of things here. One, I guess for the new members who aren't that familiar with Jamboree, you might want to look at their portfolio across the state, not just our county. They do lots and lots of housing, plus permanent supportive housing, plus housing around schools and programs with schools, which isn't specific for this project. But the thing I was going to talk about was, as if the thing was already done, I would ask that you continue to establish your relationship with CalOptima. CalOptima estimates 128,000 county members that of their 915,000 total members are over 65. 100,000 in the county are over are involved with PACE, which is basically Medi-Cal and Medicare. So they're going to hit the lower income levels. Chase Wickersham, who is appointed to our board by Supervisor Foley, also does the older adults and a lot of veteran projects in the community and across the state. We're always concerned about senior housing. And not so much the low income. I mean, we're concerned about that too. But he mentioned that his mother was in an 18,000 month facility at 104, and that other people maybe are paying 7,000. So the tsunami's going to hit us. And as Supervisor Foley mentioned, $2.5 million is coming from direct mental health services to pay for housing, which is okay. That's allowed. But we did take $100 million for direct mental health services to help fund these projects around the county. And so as you look at CalOptima, is going to have has housing bundles. The Orange County Healthcare Agency, with the passage of Prop 1, is going to have some flexible housing projects. And maybe we can look at things that would use existing housing and maybe pay people to take people back into their housing for 12 to 15 months at 18 grand and see if they can stabilize. So with that, I'm always available to support you all. And I think the best thing is that at least you have the heart for housing.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Betsy Densmore, and I am one of the team leaders for the Love Costa Mesa Neighboring Initiative, and it is with that view that I come before you to once again enthusiastically endorse efforts to increase the amount of housing we have here in Costa Mesa. There are a lot of reasons for housing scarcity here, and one is that folks used to be able to downsize when they became empty nesters, and it is now oftentimes difficult for them to do that because there's no place to downsize to, and that leaves them in homes that they are now struggling to afford, which we see in almost all the projects we do in the neighboring initiative. So that's Love Costa Mesa, that's all the Done in a Day projects. Most of those projects are for seniors who are not really able to take care of their homes, which they're now alone in or close to alone in. Did you know that out of a total of 16,000 single-family homes in Costa Mesa, 5,100 of them are occupied by people over 65? Now, some of those people can afford to sell and go anywhere, but a lot of those people would love a chance to move into a place like this that's 70 units. And it is one more way that we can chip away at reducing housing scarcity, because if they have a place to go, then their homes become available to young families who now are stuck in many cases if they want to live in Costa Mesa. So, thank you. Carry on. We appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, Bob.
Mayor, council members, thank you. I fully support this excellent project. I have for the 7 years since it was first proposed. I'm very familiar with Jamboree Housing, and having been a resident for many years in Costa Mesa, as a resident on the streets and now a resident in a house. The largest subpopulation of homeless people is seniors. This is a project will prevent more seniors from hitting the streets. They're going to anyways, the numbers say that. The only demographic that's going to increase in the next 15 years is senior citizens. We have to take care of the seniors, especially me. Arliss, I appreciate the shout out on getting the inside storage on bikes. As a proud 75-year-old e-bike rider with 7,000 miles on his bike, and many of it on 19th Street for those who keep on complaining about that one. I would appreciate Jamboree to, in this project, install inside parking for the bikes, and all future projects. Not all seniors are falling apart. Some of us are still active. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob, as always. Yes.
Hello. I attend the senior center almost on a daily basis, and the seniors enjoy the facility because they have health, socialization, nutrition, and activities. And when the senior center will have the construction, they'll be facing a few hardships of sometimes not being able to get there with their caretakers. And they said that they would be having shuttle services back and forth. But a long time ago, when my mother was visiting me, the senior center actually had a commuter bus that you could call up. And the bus of the senior center has been in disrepair for as long as I've been going there. Why hasn't it been fixed? It would solve a lot of problems. Otherwise, people will be calling taxis all the time. Thank you.
Anybody on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
Yes, phone number ending in 613, please.
613, you have the floor.
Yeah, hi, good evening. So just some critiques about this project. I'm concerned that this is put on 19th Street. There is a better location next to the Norma Herzog Center. There's that garden off of, I believe, Anaheim. That's just there. I think this project would fit much better there. Another thing that's not true, this project will reduce parking to the senior center. It'll reduce it because people who live in the apartment complex, or people that are providing services to the residents, or people that are visiting the residents, or people that are working at the businesses attached to the building will be taking up parking spots and taking away parking spots from the senior center. So that I want to make that clear. I haven't been able to see the staff report. I'm only able to listen right now to this. I am curious, did the driveway get moved from next to Mouse Graphics closer to the existing senior center on the other side of the bus stop? To me, that seems like a very unsafe place to put a driveway. You're going to have a lot of cars pulling in, going around a bus, so that driveway has been moved to that location. The residents that live on Plumer Street are losing parking from the second driveway. So there are impacts to adjacent neighborhoods. The it's tough. I understand that it is hard. We get older to afford housing, but again, I go back to not everyone gets to live where they want. And it's not the job of us to provide housing for people. We're going down a slippery slope. The comment from an earlier speaker, homelessness is not caused by price of housing. That's a very rare occurrence. It's actually caused by mental illness and drug addiction for the most part, and that's just a fallacy that needs to stop spreading. We have to be realistic here. Again, the last point I want to make, and I haven't heard them talk about this tonight, was the amenities that are offered at this project. There are duplicate amenities at the senior center. And to me, that seems like a waste of taxpayer money to create duplicate amenities that are available at a building, I don't know, 100 feet away. But apparently the state law does not allow them to use the amenities or take into account the amenities at an adjacent site as a senior center. So I don't like spending money on duplicate amenities when they're right there. The last thing, I don't know if I heard this.
That's it. That's 3 minutes. Thanks. Anybody else on Zoom?
Next speaker, Mark Vuksevich, please.
Mark Vuksevich, you have the floor.
Good evening, Council. I wanted to speak to this project and first and foremost thank everyone involved and thank Council for really taking leadership on this dire issue of both the housing crisis and especially the senior housing crisis. And yet, I'm going to take a moment to be somewhat ungrateful and quibble with some challenges I have with this program. And ultimately, I want you all to pass this. I spoke to Kelsey on the plane today about this project because of how supportive I am. But I have concerns about the program and the project. And first and foremost, this is an immense amount of parking to be built in a pedestrian opportunity zone. Not in general, just to be clear, but in a pedestrian opportunity zone where we know that seniors are living 8 years past their ability to drive, statistically speaking. And so what I would just ask you, Council, to do is I would love for you to ask the applicant or Jamboree Housing here, what is their expected utilization of those 166 spots? Because they had to raise money, they had to finance those spots. And my guess is that they're not going to have 100% utilization of those 166 spots. And so that's something I want to know. How much extra parking are we ensuring that they build on this spot than they actually believe they need? What if they believe that they need 120 spots, 109? Why are we asking them to build 166? Another question to ask is the parking going to be unbundled from the cost of rent so that people who are not utilizing the parking actually can pay a lower cost of rent? Maybe that's in the staff report. I didn't see it, just to be candid. I also will just note that some of the things that this is an affordable housing developer doing basically near 100% affordable housing. And I don't know if we forced them to, but they spent a lot of money to do a 70-page circulation report. We had our staff do a VMT screening, and there was also a noise report. I hope we didn't make them do that as an affordable housing developer and affordable housing for the city of Costa Mesa. What did we do to make this project easier for them? That's something I don't understand and I don't know. Lastly, those are all questions, but this is going to be the hill that I do want to die on. This is a pedestrian opportunity zone. I think it's completely unacceptable for there to be a driveway onto 19th Street. The driveways are what make 19th Street incredibly dangerous. You have fast-moving car traffic, which means the people who do bike to work and even the seniors who bike oftentimes bike on the sidewalk. Not something that is a good idea for pedestrians, but the thing that they feel is the safest thing to do. You have seniors who are walking on those sidewalks, and you have cars jutting out of the drive-through.
Phone number ending in 174, please.
174, you have the floor.
Hello, this is Kathy Esfahani with the Costa Mesa Affordable Housing Coalition. I will be one more voice tonight in support of this project. As other people, specifically Christine Knowles and Supervisor Foley have noted, this is a project that we affordable housing advocates have been supporting for many, many years. And we are thrilled to see it finally coming to fruition. As many have noted, we have a particular responsibility to seniors who are on low fixed income to respond to their affordable housing needs. It's also been cited tonight, the fact that over 60% of Costa Mesa seniors are low or very low or extremely low income. So they cannot afford market rate rents in this city. So this project cannot come soon enough. We think it is beautifully designed. There's a remarkable partnership between Jamboree and the city staff, and also the county. And I applaud Supervisor Foley's comments tonight, pointing out the various funding sources coming from the county to help bring this project together. So good job and congratulations, and can't wait for it to be finished. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further speakers.
All right, close public comment. I've got the motion. I'm going to move on the Planning Commission recommendation, the 3 items there. So they're all found in the staff report. That's my motion.
Second.
Okay. And if anybody has stuff that they need to add based on the questions, I'd be open to friendly amendments. But I just want to say a few things in support of the motion. As Councilmember Foley Supervisor Foley, boy, I really took a few stripes off her there, didn't I? Unintentional. So Supervisor Foley brought up, she's been following this and been working on this since 2008. I just got in the mix probably 2018, 2019, when we took our little tour. First time I met Jamboree Housing was, we went, and Kelsey at the time was with the ACCOC, and we went to see Haven for Hope in San Antonio. And I got to I didn't know anything about them. I thought Jamboree was a street in Irvine, and still is, by the way. And so I got to know about the organization, and I've been nothing but impressed by the organization. If you go to their, not only is this a great project for many of the reasons that I'm going to say, but it will also upgrade that street, 19th Street, immeasurably. If you go to their projects are first class. When sometimes in neighborhoods, when they say we're going to bring an affordable housing complex there, people are concerned. And I will say that in most of the places where Jamboree Housing has put a complex, it's the nicest complex in the entire neighborhood. And I have no doubt that that'll be true here. Quality all the way. Quality people, quality construction. Also, some really good questions, and staff has a lot of constraints that they have to deal with. Good question by Mark Vuksevich about how did we streamline it enough, and I'm not gonna adjudicate that or comment on it, but I will say that Jamboree, in addition to the other qualities that they have, they've shown tremendous patience and responsiveness. I was so basically, just really pleased by the way they handled the community at the senior center, went right in there a number of times, answered every single question, stayed there till there was nobody left to answer questions. Councilmember Reynolds was at one of those events with me. Staff was great at answering all the questions of the seniors. That's why we don't have a ton of people from the senior center here objecting to this project. It's because of the footwork that was done by Jamboree in a very responsible way with people that are very important stakeholders of this piece of property. Also, the flexibility that they've shown throughout the process. Everything you see here was open to negotiation and discussion. They listened to us in February. I really appreciate it. And finally, the persistence. You know, there are a lot of organizations, if not most, if not almost all organizations, that would have given up by now. But they're still here trying to make a better Costa Mesa and a better community. The one thing I'll say, though, too, is this is a needed project. As Bob said, Santa Bob, there's no other demographic and group that's at risk of homelessness more than our seniors. 60% of the people that are on our streets are, sorry, not 60%. The average age of somebody who's homeless in our street is over 60. That's not good, and it's not going to get any better. This is a way to keep 70 or 69 people warm, safe, and dry. And that's a big deal. And I'm really, really pleased to make the motion.
Mayor Stevens, that was really well said. And I actually might have a friendly amendment. But before I mention that, I just want to thank all the partners involved. I want to thank the county Supervisor Foley. I want to thank Jamboree Housing for doing this project. I want to thank the residents for bringing their questions. I know they had a lot of questions to this project. And I think for me, any housing opportunity is a good thing, but especially for seniors. I have the blessing of serving the senior tower on 19th Street. And one of the most common things I hear from residents throughout Costa Mesa is how much they wish they could get an apartment at the senior center. They wish they could have an apartment that was affordable, that fit their budget. And almost more importantly, they wish they had a community that they can wrap around themselves in the later years. This project is in the perfect site because it's right next to the senior center. And it's going to provide affordable housing right in West Costa Mesa. And I think it's wonderful. So those are all my accolades, but I do have one question for staff and one question for the applicant before I ask the mayor for a friendly amendment. Staff, I'm looking at a map of right now, Google Maps, and I'm seeing some things that concern me about the driveway on 19th Street. One, it's right next to the bus slip where the bus pulls in to pick up people. And it's probably no more than 400 feet from an intersection. Is there any reason why we shouldn't, or why we should have access on 19th Street for entering and exiting the property?
Transportation and the Public Works Department did review and didn't have any concerns in regards to the proposed driveway approach, but if the Director of Public Works wants to shed any light on it.
Yeah, because and as you guys talk about it, I'll mention my comments. Like right now, the entrance and exit is way down, closer to the other property parcel, and we're gonna be moving that driveway a lot closer to the intersection. People are complaining about backed up traffic with the bollards. I'm not imagining having folks entering and exiting a senior center. Do we have to have that entrance off 19th Street?
Councilman Chavez, I think it's good to have that entrance. It's going to be a right-in, right-out only entrance at that location, if I'm not mistaken. So it should be we should be able to make it work. We'll take a look at it again to look at the bus stop. Maybe if that can get relocated to the other side, maybe that's an option that might make it easier for access. But we can look into that as we go through the design.
Are we at the point where if we don't change it now, we can't change it later? Or is there a chance for us to revisit this with more information? Because right now my concern really is that this might be a visibility issue. With the bus being parked there, you probably can't see going left. I know it's a one-way turn anyways.
If I can, just for a minute, Raja, the master plan process does allow for minor amendments, and it allows for amendments at the staff level, such as these. There's a criteria. These doing a driveway change like that wouldn't be anything beyond a staff change, modification. So it could be at an administrative level, is my point.
Okay, thank you for that answer. For the applicant, is that an issue for you guys, removing that access point from 19th Street?
Hold on one second. Go ahead.
Hi, thanks. Okay, just wanted to understand where the vehicular access point, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, so we're looking at page 14 of the staff report. I'm looking at it in Google Maps in my little screen here.
Yeah.
And right next to the right next to the driveway, you literally have the slip where buses will pull up. And I mentioned because I live a block away, so I walk this every day. I'm really fearful that the bus is going to block visibility for someone pulling out to 19th Street.
So would your suggestion, are you suggesting to not have
Correct.
vehicular access on that side?
Correct.
For us, it's fine, so long as it's fine for fire, and because we're going to need fire access, and I do believe that that's a fire road, that's a fire width road, but I think that staff could probably speak to that, but that's a fire width road that goes along that provides access to both the senior center and to the apartment building.
Okay, I don't see
along that side.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't see the fire chief here, so I don't really feel comfortable removing it. But Mayor, would you be open to adding language to review that on the process, if it makes sense?
To review it, but I mean, I do think it's important to have 19th Street access. I mean, I have some thoughts on it, but you were going to say something.
Yeah, that is actually, we did review the fire plan, and it is on the map as a driveway required access for the fire apparatus.
You just said the word you had to say required. That's all you need to drop the motion. I'll support the motion
No,
as is.
wait, don't drop it. Can I say something?
No, yeah, hold on, you'll get your turn. He's still talking, so he's still got
But I want to help with this.
Go ahead.
On my perspective, it's very simple. I think it's going to be a hazard. As someone that lives a block away, I know the bus stops there a lot, and you really cannot see left when that's there. If it's required by the fire code, I'm not going to fight the fire code, but I do want to highlight that as someone that lives a block away. And the points made earlier from other folks that want to make a more pedestrian access point, you know, a fire truck probably cannot enter this way anyways, because to enter this way means they need to come eastbound on 19th Street. And I'm guessing if fire truck is going to come, they're probably going to come on Plummer. I could be wrong, but this is my assumption. So I just want to highlight these things, and I don't want to delay a project that needs to be approved. These are some concerns that I'm now realizing as we're looking at this design.
Okay, do you mind if
Yeah,
he
Gameros.
jumps in? Okay, Councilmember Gameros.
So just to try and find a happy medium, can't we look at making this a fire access gate only?
There are probably several opportunities for what we could do here, line of sight studies, other reviews with regards to access, and this is something that the fire department agreed with the driveway that was going to be proposed there, but it doesn't mean that we could not change it.
Right, we
Mayor
just make it.
Stevens, if I may. So when we did the tower across the street, we modified the bus stop in a way that it becomes a right turn pocket into the tower. We could do something similar here also, where the bus that becomes a right turn pocket, and then similarly we could continue that a little bit into the roadway before people merge into 19th Street. So there are other ways we can address that situation.
I see. So, and this, the driveway it's right going in, and it could be right going out as well?
Going out. So we could mirror what we did on the tower side, just on the north side of where there's a bus stop by the tower.
So you have an inlet so people can make a right turn and then ease into, merge into traffic?
Exactly.
Okay, right. So,
Yeah.
thank you, Roger.
Thank you, Raj. Thank you, staff, for the questions. I think, Mayor, if you don't mind just adding into the motion, and again, if this is the best way to do it, then let's keep it as is. I don't want to halt a good project for one thing I'm catching near the 11th hour, but I do want to just make sure that we're not creating a blind spot situation for folks as they exit the senior center.
Okay, so I'll add, as a friendly amendment, the staff will work to make sure they eliminate all blind spots from the 19th Street ingress and egress. Do you understand that? Okay. Is that good?
Thanks, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Anybody else have any comment?
Councilmember
Mayor, I
Reynolds.
have, oh, thank you, Ms. Green.
Oh,
Yes.
Hold on one second. People are talking from the sky, people are talking from the ground. You guys are good? Okay. Councilmember Reynolds, you have the floor.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a few, I've had some time to try to figure out how to phrase some of the recommendations I have in a way that I think is very minimal impact. So Mayor, I have if I may read a list of potential additions to the motion.
Yes, you may.
I'm going to put it in a list of 4. So first, remove the palm tree requirement and replace with a canopy tree.
Agreed.
Second.
Let's just
okay.
go
Second
through.
agrees.
Agree.
Yeah.
Agree.
Okay.
And second concurs.
On condition of approval number 11 on page 26 of attachment 4, to update the language to require necessary infrastructure to ensure, or I'm sorry, protect sidewalk from vehicle encroachment.
Let me get there.
Yeah, page 26.
Page 26?
26, number 11.
Okay. 26, number 11. I've got, 26. 26. Maybe I'm the wrong one. I got page 25 of 32, number 11. Concrete wheel stops, no?
Yes.
That's it?
Yep.
Got it? What do you want to do?
To update that to provide the requirement that sidewalk space is protected from vehicle encroachment.
Is the applicant okay with that?
Yeah, the only caveat we'd have is wanting to make sure that we work with staff to make sure that we're balancing that against costs. You know, there's lots of different ways that we can do this. We can increase the height of the stops, but the more expensive things like bollards and things like that starts to add to our costs. But as long as we have that flexibility to work with staff to find that happy median, we have no objection to that.
Okay. And so, Councilmember, what do you have in mind? It's so that cars can't drive on the sidewalk?
I think if what the councilwoman is probably concerned about is that when you've got like those higher SUVs or trucks, their tires will, in the front end of the cars, will just come over those regular stops that you see at like Target or Walmart. So if they're right up against the sidewalk, sometimes the front end of those trucks will hang into the sidewalk. So if you're riding a bike or have a wheelchair accessibility issue.
Got it.
And so we definitely run into this issue. We can work on it. We just need that flexibility to make sure it's relatively cost neutral in how we deal with it.
Good, I support that.
Yeah.
Do you support it?
Yeah, and I didn't want to prescribe a solution because that's certainly not my expertise. I just want to ensure that the outcome of the sidewalk not being encroached.
Okay, so you got a winner on the second. Does
Okay.
staff
Same page.
Staff
Same page.
understand
Number
that?
14.
Staff, hold on one second. Staff, you understand what we're doing? Got it. Good. Okay, number 3.
Okay. Same page. Condition of approval number 14. This is on the bicycle racks. Actually, if you flip to the next page, 27. The last sentence there at the top of the page, a greater amount of bicycle racks can be provided upon approval of the planning division. I'd like us to add bike lockers to that list too. So a greater amount of bicycle racks and bike lockers can be provided upon approval of the planning division.
Okay, I agree to that. Second?
Thank you.
Who pays for the lockers? Out of curiosity.
Sorry, can I? We just
What was the question?
Okay, staff.
Sorry, who pays for the bike lockers?
So the applicant has comments on that one. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, I'm so sorry. I just want to make sure that understanding that those bike lockers are very expensive. That would be part of the project budget, which is, we'll work with that. We're still building that. The lockers would not be, they would there'd be no cost to the tenants to use them, if that's what you're asking.
No, I'm asking who's gonna pay to, because they're more expensive.
It's a project cost. It becomes a
May,
project
may,
cost.
may I clarify? And so I've been looking at this language. So the sentence is a greater amount of bike racks and bike lockers can be provided. So this wouldn't become a immediate requirement of the project. I would just want to make sure the avenue is there in the future if there is need from the residents to incorporate them.
I appreciate the exact wording, but I'm still curious of who will be paying for the bike lockers.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, because it's all she's saying here, look at,
No, I understand the language. I understand what it's saying, that it can be provided. I'm asking, is that something you guys are comfortable absorbing? Like directly?
Obviously, anytime we add costs, that's not ideal for us, but if it's a condition of approval, then we'll work with it. I think our greater concern would be ensuring that we do not need to revisit a conversation about the amount of parking spaces if we needed to lose 1 or 2 parking spaces to add in the bike storage. So that would be our greater concern, is not having to like reopen that part of the discussion. We'd have to get back to you guys on what the actual cost of lockers would be, but.
okay, let me clarify this for you, because I don't know if you have it in front of you, but this is what it reads. All she's changing is lockers, okay? So a greater amount of bike racks and lockers can be provided upon approval of the planning division. So it's your choice, okay? We're just authorizing you to do it. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
Good.
And staff can confirm on the follow-up question from the applicant too. My understanding is it would not reopen a parking conversation. Can staff confirm that?
It's confirmed.
Confirmed.
Okay, that's number 3. So we're good on that?
Yeah.
Number 4.
Okay. And the last was review the external bike rack location to ensure appropriate spacing so that parked bikes do not interfere with sidewalk circulation.
Applicant's okay with it? Thumbs up from the applicant, okay with me, okay with the second? You're okay, you gotta say yes?
Yeah.
Say yes?
Yes, yay.
Then, so then we're good. Does anyone thank you. Other than these items, do you want to be heard in any other respect?
Yeah, I'll take my opportunity to share comments here too. First of all, thank you for accepting those additions. I already shared, I think the project is beautiful, like many others in the room there. I think I'm very excited to see this move to the next stage. I'm deeply grateful for all of the people who've been involved in early visioning on this project, who've been persistent and committed to seeing this project through, from our community members, the applicant, and especially our staff. This has been a long journey. I really appreciate all of the work you have done to incorporate the input of council. We've got a lot of ideas, some good, some a little out there. Really appreciate your work to add that to the vision. Because of that work, we're getting additional units, affordable housing units in the center of our community. Again, we're activating the ground floor in our pedestrian priority zone. We're creating more social spaces and opportunities for people in our community to gather and meet each other, something that's so valuable for all of us, but especially for our senior community. I just want to thank personally the team, Cecilia, Carrie, Kim, Scott, Alma, Victor, Lorianne. I know you've worked nights and weekends on this because I've been on the phone with you on nights and weekends about this project. So thank you so much for seeing this through. It's something I think we're all going to be very proud to see, and very, very, very proud to meet the residents when they do move in. There was a comment about the location, so I just wanted to talk a little bit about that. I think this is an excellent, excellent location for, especially for senior housing and affordable senior housing. This is a location with excellent bus access, as we've talked about a bit, literally across a parking lot from the senior center, an easy walk to our library, to our neighborhood community center, really nice neighborhoods to take walks around. And it allows seniors to be centered in our community. I think so many senior housing projects move seniors out to the corners of a community where they don't necessarily get to interact with the rest of the community on a daily basis. This project centers seniors in the middle of our community where they're going to have opportunities to continue to be involved in our community and not just among those who they're living with. So I'm so proud of this project. I know we've done a lot of tweaking, but I think every tweak has made it a little bit better. And I'm deeply appreciative to everyone, and especially our staff who've pushed this project through. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Anybody else want to be heard before we call for the question?
Mayor.
Yes, City Manager Farrell Harrison.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank staff as well. I want to thank council for your leadership on this and pushing us to work with Jamboree to make it the best project possible. I really want to thank staff on this because it's been through a couple of directors. Kim's been there from the beginning, from the ENA, alongside with me and Katrina and the council that, adopted it. Many of you who are still here, but some who have moved on. And then, of course, Scott from the beginning, just pretty much almost. And Cecilia became my lead on it shortly after Jennifer Lee left and picked it up and worked with Jamboree on it. Kim has worked tirelessly on this, in the weeds on all those massive, with Allison, Jamboree's attorney, and all the sophisticated language that's in here that makes headaches for people, and achieved everything that everyone wanted, even as recently as Councilmember Bewley's additions, which were really good. And then of course our partnership with Jamboree from the beginning, and us working together to find financial solutions as well. And that really came from staff. I mean, just putting their heads together and trying to bring some money to the table in addition to what was provided by the county. And it's just been a push to get us here, and this is a fantastic moment. And just really want to thank the entire team. And Carrie, you came, and one of the first things I said was, this thing has got to get done. And you just got right in there, rolled up your sleeves, and just hit the ground running. And so just really proud of the work that we've all done here collectively. This thing has been on the housing element since 2008, and we got it done. So thank you.
Yes, absolutely. You can clap.
Not yet.
Well, we got to vote, but no, but.
Gotta vote.
But we got to vote. We got to vote. But I mean, all those things she said were true about everything that the staff did. It was amazing, and thank you for everything. And it was a very, very complex project with many hands in it at many levels. So thank you to everyone. Let's call for the question.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Pettis?
Yes.
Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Bewley?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes. All right,
Motion
now we
carries
can clap.
7-0.
That's an amazing vote right there. That's one of the more consequential votes we've had in a long time. So thank you to everybody. Okay, so now we're going to, if no one has anything else to say, we're going to adjourn the meeting. And we're going to adjourn it in memory and honor of Officers Ketchum and Leibold, we fam, Gregory Gafe, and then also, as I mentioned, our friend and community leader, Fran Orsini. May they all rest in peace.